I'm awake, I'm awake. I've been leveling. Anybody want to guess what our agility has gotten up to? I'm actually curious because I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't know the answer to this. I wasn't doing this the entire time because I don't have any rubber bands. And so I couldn't automate this process, so I've had to actually sit here holding this every time I do it. I did this while I was eating, though. And, you know, for most of the rest of the time, so... I've probably got in a good 40 minutes of this, at least. So what do you think our agility's up to? You can tell I turned off the music so I could stop going insane. I was actually playing my own music, which I will not bore you with. Get some, let's get this. This is a good one. This just fits this. I mean, this is my only N64 controller. I'm not willing to try and break the thing. Also, I did try something like that. It didn't work. I tried using my keys. That didn't work. I tried putting a thing on it, but I couldn't keep it stable. Because the problem is I have to hold it at a pretty specific angle. I know that sounds like a dull requirement, but it's true. I have to have it at a specific angle, because if I lose this specific circle, I'll get encounters, and that'll ruin the leveling. I actually just reheated some chili for lunch. I didn't feel like cooking. Hi, Melissa GM. Hello, Darth Tyrant. Hello, Hazardous. Some coffee. Alright, so let's see what we managed. What did we manage? 32! That's actually more than I thought it would be. Which is sad. Alright, let's go and get in a save. Hey, Junior Shire. Oh my gosh. Yep, we had to have a montage. So you ready for our second dungeon of the game? Now, the forest was not a great dungeon. I think we could all believe in that, but it's okay. Excuse me. Clearly the dungeons can only get better from here, so let's go to the second dungeon in the game. Confession time. The first time I really got turned around in this game was in this dungeon. Nope, that's a potential gameplay positive spark. And I'm actually leaning towards getting rid of it right now. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of pretty bad design in this game, but as far as jank... Believe it or not, this isn't actually that janky of a game, which I know sounds contradictory because it's in the jank block. I would say the camera is probably the single most jankiest thing. Like, you probably missed it earlier, Darth Tyrant, but there was a part where I was fighting an enemy, and I couldn't see anything because there was a tree in the way. And the camera does this weird thing, so you can turn the camera here, watch this. Turn. But as soon as you let go of it, it goes back to where it's supposed to be. So, I couldn't really see what I was doing. If it wasn't for that icon, which shows up even in front of, you know, objects, I wouldn't have been able to see what I was doing. The good news is this is actually a great place to level your HP and defense. The bad news is we're probably going to die going through this stupid cave. Which is why I just went back to my music. Apparently we're still on Radiant Historia for some reason. Another one of those interesting ideas when it comes to game design is minimizing downtime. Now, to be clear by that, downtime is when you're not playing the game, when you're effectively just waiting for something, or just mashing a button or whatever. I don't mean, like, don't have breather sections. I don't mean don't take your time with exploration sections. Because some games do that, and some games are meant to be played at a slower pace. That's not what I mean. Minimizing actual downtime is generally considered good game design. This game maximizes downtime, as I just indicated, and will continue to do so throughout. And then there's the war table, which can go to hell. And we'll probably get a negative, or 2, or 3, before we're done. Hey, Blue Hero. So Pillars of Snow asked, will this be the first game to have 0 positives? No, I'm actually pretty sure we've had a few games that are universally negative before. This is worse than those games, because it has more negatives. But I'm pretty sure we've had 0 positive games before. I don't know, I'd have to look at the spreadsheet. I don't have it in front of me. Encounter rate. You know what, I'm just gonna flee. These are kind of not worth my MP or my time. There's actually another enemy in here which is very useful, which I'm gonna try to fight if we encounter one. Now, you're probably making fun of me. Lore, how could you possibly get turned around? In this cave that looks identical to itself, and has 3 separate sections which just look just like each other, because it's not just repeated textures, which is already bad enough, it's repeated geometry. Which you've probably already noticed, but in case you haven't, trust me, this corridor is exactly identical to the 2 we've just been through. This area is a little different for the first time. But you see my point? There we go. Okay, so this is okay. So I have to get rid of the Scarecrow, which that's just going to be harder than it sounds. And then we have to endure that and start working on the Blood Jelly. Hey, Don Crow. I've shared the plot several times. In fact, I think I've recited the plot of this game like 3 times now. Everyone keeps asking me that. Why do you keep asking me about the lore of a game? I don't understand this. I doubt that's going to happen, Sierra Mike. I doubt that's ever going to happen. I don't think we've ever had a game that's even hit triple-digit positives. I sincerely doubt it's possible for a game to hit triple-digits negatives. Oh, no. That's exactly what happened, Blue Hero. They literally copy-pasted the chunk that they designed to make it go quicker and easier. Because this was an extremely rushed game. So rather than design the whole cave, they designed one chunk of the cave and then copy-paste and copy-paste. It still sucks. I think I have it down as a negative. Hang on, let me double-check. Dungeon design. Yep, there it is. In fact, technically there's 2 negatives for dungeon design. So hang on, I should back away a little bit more so he can hit me better. Yes, this song is the story of this game! I think we can move even further away. Hit me! I need him to hit me. That's an interesting question, Mr. Rick. No. I'm gonna go with no. Not that I'm aware of, Jesse Ward. I know the opposite of that. Yeah, you get it. So for those of you who haven't picked up on this or didn't hear the earlier part. Alright, this is kind of loud. The reason I am grinding here is because it does not matter how much damage I take. It matters how many times I get hit. And he has a multi-strike attack, which does very little damage. Ergo, I have the ability to just sit here and wander around, getting hit a bunch, and this is significantly raising both my health and my defense. I'm also leveling my agility by wandering around the battlefield while he hits me. This is probably one of the best leveling spots in the entire game, by the way. I'm not joking. If we ever run into a point where we're having trouble and we have to go level, I am probably going to make a point to come back to here. Because this is just so much better exp in 3 separate fields than everything else in the entire game. Now, there are some exceptions to that, but you get the idea. Alright, we'll go ahead and defeat him. Scooch Switch up here. Come on, dude, I'm right here. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. There we go. That was good. Maybe I should have just gotten in his face the whole time. And we're dead. But that's okay. Because we still get all that experience. But I know what you're asking. Lore, I hate your music. Can you just play the game music? Okay. Just for you, we will turn the game music back on. I don't remember that one, Ross. Oh, wait. No, I remember that one. I remember that one. Probably not, Triaxia. It's more like I don't not get any experience, Don Crow. Yes, I did. That's why my agility is up to 33. My defense got up to 35. And you notice my health is up to 121 after that. So, yeah, I am substantially stronger than I just was. Well, listen. You donated for this. Actually, you did. In fact, of the 2 people who donated for this game, one of them is going through some RL issues, and I hope they're okay. But the other was only able to be here for the morning. So the people who actually paid for this run are not here. Make of that what you will. It's a worse version of that, Trihexia, but yes is the answer to your question. Yeah, I was thinking about it. If someone was particularly well off and also a dick, they could donate a large chunk of money for me to play a particularly bad game and then just not show up for it. And I don't mean like Ride to Hell, because again, that's going to be a fairly smooth process. I mean like something actually horrible to go through. Like Superman 64 would be a good example. Or Sonic 06, yeah. Sonic 06 has plenty of barriers to progression. Oh, it's pretty impressive, Triaxia, I have to admit. Did I give a negative for the leveling system? I think I did. Yep, there it is. Negative number 7. Oh yeah, E.T. for Atari. Yeah, that would be a... Hang on. I think I was going this way. Yeah, I was. Can I cheat? Nope! Because we're playing on original hardware, cheats are not possible in any way, shape, or form. So we won't be throwing up the cheat flag for one of the games that could most benefit from cheating. Now, if you don't understand why that's significant, I would probably already have beaten this game either before the lunch break or within the next couple of hours if we were cheating. Yes, I did, Baron. I forget how many, though. I'll have to look it up. But I want to be clear about that. This game is so short and has so little content to it that if you just bypass the grind... So what we do is we'd run from every battle, and we'd curb stomp the bosses. And if you do that, the content left over is non-existent. Like I'm kind of demonstrating right now, just by running from these fights, and then the battle's over. Look how little time that takes compared to actually defeating them. My favorite RPG on the N64 is the only good RPG on the N64, which is Paper Mario, which I've already reviewed and scored, honestly, better than I thought it would, but it makes sense. It's a very good game. I mean, the bosses are terribly designed for a lot of reasons, which, of course, I've already elucidated on, but you weren't here for it, so let's go back over it. So, the first reason why the bosses suck, ooh, this is an interesting one, is they all have an ability that they could just randomly cast, what's the difference, Triaxia, in order to remove your buffs. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, it means that there is no strategy that is possible for the bosses. Because there's no buffing yourself up, or debuffing them, or getting position, or anything like that. All you have to do is hit them while they hit you. It is straight up a slugfest. So, there's no strategy to the bosses, negative number 1. Every boss has way too much HP, negative number 2. Every boss has lots of abilities that you actually cannot dodge, negative number 3. And, I feel like there's a third one. I guess it doesn't matter, but I feel like there's a third negative to bosses. I can't think of it right now. And dead. But we still get all the experience from that fight. Yeah, I talked about that during Lower Week Tracks. I'm just saying, bosses suck. Whoops, let's save ourselves again. Can someone do me a favor? Actually, I'll do it, because I know my own exploration, or my own organization methods. Not that I'm aware of, Kira White Noise. There might be that I don't know about. Of course I have healing magic. I mean, why wouldn't I have healing magic? That's Disco. That's just silly. Why would I play this game without water? Hey, Roxy. Thank you, as always, for the sub. Much appreciated. I love how the enemy can just randomly miss. Yeah, you get so many things in this game. By the way, Roxy, if you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. So many things in this game could have been a positive. And I don't think I ever realized that until I was reviewing it today. Until we sat down and started discussing some of the mechanics and the structure of how the game is designed. The ability to dodge spells? That sounds cool. The ability to level up specific elements and specialize or spread yourself out? That sounds kind of cool. The ability to retain your stuff as you die, that sounds kind of cool. The ability to always warp back to town sounds kind of cool, and just so forth and so on and so forth and so on. And none of these are positives because all of them have some issue with them. All of them have some kind of flaw, which I've been describing as we go, that prevents it from actually being good. Some counter rate while we're on the subject. Speaking of which, fleeing from battles. It's super easy and quick to do, but only if you raise your agility, and you don't actually... Of all the things you could do in this game that level you, running from battle is one of the few things that almost gets you no experience. Getting hit, doing damage, casting spells, running, just literally running on the overworld, hitting with your staff, and winning combat, I think, is all the stuff. All of that stuff gives you experience. Running from encounters? Nothing. And you combine that with the encounter rate and just... Oh my god, this game. Why am I playing this? Okay, let's see if we can make it more than 10 feet this time. I'm not going to screw around and try to level off the blood jellies. I don't think I have the defense to really manage this right now. Which means I probably should level my defense, but whatever. Give me 1 second, Roxy. Yeah, as I've said so many times, Drakengard had heart. It did. You could tell there was care and effort put into it. This game... doesn't. That's the simplest... easiest way I could say that. Yeah, it's an N64 game, so it's got 64 in the title, and it's about going on a quest, so it's called Quest 64. I think that is as bog standard of a game title that exists. Now, I've changed my mind, so I'm down to just 1 blood jelly, so I'm going to go ahead and level for a little bit here. And hang on, I gotta write down Roxy's thing. Hang on. So Roxy was putting that towards... Give me a moment here. Come on. I lost it. You said it, and I missed it. Pokemon Snap. There it is. New Pokemon Snap. Done. Thank you again. Is it not related to the old Quest games? This has nothing to do with those games whatsoever. Literally. Unfortunately, this doesn't restore mana. That would be funny, actually. Quest for Glory or King's Quest or all those, nothing. Different developers, different franchise holders, different company, different era, and again, nothing to do with it. By the way, this is what healing in combat is. You heal for 7. So the Emperor isn't the Emperor. That's just his name. Actually, his name is Emperor. Sorry, I shouldn't say the. Emperor is not the Emperor. And I suppose that's the simplest and easiest way I can answer your question, Gumgum. The Empire doesn't have a singular ruler. Gun shoot steam. Now it's... Oh my gosh, this game. By the way, hi Valerian. So I know a lot of those negatives are potential. So far, I don't think I am going to be talked down from any of those. And most of those are going to blossom out into additional negatives. So let's go ahead and get a smack in so we can get some mana back. There we go. Let's really get that defense raised. Yeah, like, we could try to make a game that sounds more generic than this. I think it would take effort. I really do. So what do we got? 125. I need to remember that. I'm curious how much HP we're going to get just from this one fight. Because it's going to be a decent chunk, relatively speaking. Because remember, leveling is very slow in this game. Ooh, Earth. How much should we get? Nothing! We didn't get any HP up, but we did get another 2 points in defense, so that is something. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I got turned around. Like you do. At least I think I did. Maybe I didn't? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if I got turned around or not. Find out in a minute. If there's an open cliff thing to my right, which there is, I think I got turned around. Okay, so hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back. If this was a parody game, it would have to be way shorter. I've actually played parody games before. You know, like DLC Quest or... what's that one? It was the first game I ever streamed. Evoland, I think is what it's called. Something like that. Okay, so we're going north right now. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's bad. Oh yeah, that guy sucks. Thankfully, we're right there. Oh yeah, Colonel Sanders, you know. Those are parody games, and they get a little bit of a pass. But you notice there's one unique thing that is common to most parody games, at least good parody games. They're short. Because just pointing out the flaws in a thing is funny the first time. If this game, at its current length, was intended to be a parody game, I would probably be almost as harsh as I am on it. Because it would have stopped being funny after the first boss, which we're already past. It's like the DLC Quest is a pretty fun game. It's like the Tidus joke and what I talked about that, you know. There's a certain aspect of humor which is only funny if you don't overdo it. And the longer it goes on, the less funny it becomes until it actively becomes aggravating. It's an interesting party makeup. As tempting as it is to get some more defense ups, I'm just gonna nope out of that. We do need more defense and HP, but... Ironically, our defense and HP is too low to really defend, and I don't understand that question, Star Wars. I don't decide what games I play, Star Wars. I haven't decided what games I play for years. We'll try this. Ironically, I would say South Park is not a parody game. It certainly has parody-style humor in it. But the game itself is just a straight-up, well, turn-based RPG in the first game, and tactical grid-based RPG in the second game. I think that's pretty straight. Yeah, that would work, Roxy. You start off the game and it's like, alright, you must go and defeat the ancient evil. Fade to black, 200 hours later. The ancient evil shows up, I was your brother all along, and then he dies. I'm really pushing it here. I might actually die right here. Oh, 1 health left. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I can always disallow a game. That's easy. But I actually have answered already. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot here. I've already answered why I allowed this game to be added to the list. And that's because it's relatively painless. It's boring, and it's slow, but it is still painless. As we were just describing, there are plenty of bad games which would be actually aggravating to go through. This is just boring. There are some bad games I couldn't even promise to finish because either due a combination of control issues or inconsistent progression mechanics, like bugs with regards to completing quests or whatever. There are games that I couldn't even promise to be able to complete. This game, I'll beat this game. Even doing it this way with absolutely no cheats, I will beat this game. Yeah, no kidding, Blue Arrow. Although now that we got the Switch version, that's no longer true, but that is a good example of that. The old Skyward Sword would be literally painful to play through. Actually, I already own the Switch version of Skyward Sword. But we'll get there at some point. I do not like running from as many enemies as I do, but I am not doing great in the whole living department. Let's try a little earth magic. See if I can aim right. That should do it. We're up to Rock 3. Stand here very still. We still don't have the first, second, or third good earth spells. That sucks. Sure, Disco, sure. The Legionnaires mission is worse. Especially because the Legionnaires mission, and you remember this, I'm sure, is another one of those not guaranteed progress things. Guaranteed progress can be slow and boring, but at least it's guaranteed, right? I don't know, it's not that requested so far, Ross, so... In this game, if I run in a circle, I will slowly get stronger. I will progress, and I will be able to beat the game. In Anthem, if you remember, I got lucky because I had a friend who still had an active account and still had the game installed to help me through that freaking Legionnaires thing. I'm a little turned around now. Oh, we're gonna go and try for this one. Is this the worst R RPG? What's the first R mean? Either way, there's probably worse RPGs than this one. I haven't reviewed them. But of the ones I've reviewed, yeah, no, this is gonna bottom out the list. Oof. Anthem is a painful game to play through, yes. I've said it before, I got lucky with being able to beat Anthem. Possibly forever, Trihexia. And, oh my gosh, this is a thing, isn't it? The Anthem was not only painful because of lack of progress and because of irritation on mission design, Anthem was also painful because it crashed roughly every 20 minutes. I want you to picture trying to play through a game, and every 20 minutes it crashes. I'm just gonna die. I can try to dodge. Run! Nope, I'm dead. I want you to try to imagine playing a game, and every 20 minutes you have to relaunch the game, resize the window because it doesn't know what resolution settings are, and then fire up the game, log in, go through all that process, get back into the game, log back in town, regardless of what you were in the middle of doing, and then fire it up again. That is painful. That is a painful bad game to play through. Even Drakengard, for how sloggy and boring it was to play through, wasn't actually all that painful. And again, Ride to Hell Retribution will not be that painful, Because Right to Head Retribution will be extremely binary and stupid. It'll be kick, 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 shoot, 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 and that's it. That will be the gameplay of that game. Now, hang on. I got a sub from Jesse Ward. Actually, I got 2 from Jesse Ward. Thank you very, very much. Always appreciate. Give me a moment. I'll jot that down for... looks like it was Suikoden. Sorry, I should say Jesse Ward because we got the 2 Jessies. Yeah, and slide with the motorcycle. Exactly. It is not possible that Ride to Hell Retribution will not be a Lamentation. I guarantee with 100% certainty that Ride to Hell Retribution will be a Lamentation. So will this game. I don't know how it's going to review, in either case, but it will be in Lamentation territory. Let's go into this. There's another question. Look at my notes, or look at my chat here. Oh yeah, how painful was Octopath? That was the question. I don't want to speak ill of a game that a lot of people like, but Octopath was incredibly painful to go through. Because Octopath was slow, sloggy, boring grind, and then it was extremely possible, thanks to bad luck, to waste 30 minutes of a boss fight because the boss got a lucky turn order or something, and that completely screwed over your strategy, and any failure in your strategy would result in death. And remember, those boss fights are insanely long. Now, I say 30 minutes, that's an average. I wrote down in the review, I timed one of the boss fights. I'll pull it up right now. Hang on, because I gotta look something up anyways that's not related to that. So give me a second. So let's pull up my website here. What was the best part of Octopath? Honestly, the class system. The way you could mix and match classes and build your build based on, multiple classes was actually pretty legit. I'd say that was the best part about Octopath. Octopath. Here it is. So, looking at my review. Gameplay negatives. Boss. One of the bosses, and again, I timed this, was 46 minutes and 13 seconds for one boss encounter. Now, I want to stress, that's not mashing A the entire time. I hinted at that a moment ago, but that's why Octopath was painful. You have to do everything right every turn for 46 minutes in Octopath. It's actually one of the first games where I really started using factory worker syndrome in regular parlance, because I've seen games that have factory worker syndrome before, but Octopath just cranked that up to 11. On the off chance you don't know what factory worker syndrome is, it's where something is really monotonous and repetitive and boring, but you have to do it perfectly right, because if you don't, the consequences are disastrous. So it's like the combination of dangerous and boring, which is actually incredibly deadly. It's why real-life factory accidents were such a thing for so much of human history. Because you're doing a really boring thing where if you screw up, whoops, there goes that hand. Which boss was that? I don't remember. Like, if you show me a picture, I could probably point it out. But I don't remember. How would you implement that in gameplay, Disco? Or you talk about, like, more for a D&D thing? Yeah, when a nuclear engineer says, whoops, might have a problem. Hang on, I don't understand your sentence. Oh, Gum. See you around, Jesse Ward. You again. Actually, pretty similar, Ross. Just kind of worse. Because every boss is like that in Octopath, and there's a lot of them. There's more bosses in Octopath than in Persona 5. So, hang on. So... No, I don't understand, Gum Gum. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I'm an idiot today, apparently. Like, so, okay, they elect their representatives. All right, that's fine. That's how that works. And their economy is based on strength and expertise. What does that mean? I do not understand that sentence. Derives its power from the people, and most governments do. And it's, in all areas, including its economy, it will seek self-sufficiency. So there's actually an economic term for that, which I can't think of right now. It's how economics used to be done. It was incredibly damaging and terrible for countries to do it. It boiled down to the idea of each country trying to be completely self-sufficient, economically speaking, and it led to a lot of economic hardship and downfall and death and lots of horrible, horrible stuff. Because if you try to be an island economically when there's so much around you, all you're actually doing is constantly worsening your position, not only relating to the other countries, but within your own country, your own standard of living will slowly dip because you're effectively... I'm trying to think what it's called. There's actually... you can tell this game is hurting my brain because I'm losing words here. You don't have 100% efficiency. So no matter how many resources you have, no matter how many experts you have, oh god, I'm turned around. No matter how many, okay, this way. No matter how many people you've got who are like, you know, hey, we can do this, or hey, we can mine this, or hey, we can produce this, you are effectively reducing your overall output bit by bit over time, and losing efficiency the more you do it, because let's say you've got a factory, and this factory is pushing out X. Doesn't matter what X is. Just you're pushing out X, okay? Shoot, did I get turned around again? I think this way? I am actually turned around now. Okay, I have been this way. Okay, I know where I am. So let's say your factory produces X. Now, that means your factory can produce, you know, 513 of whatever X is every so often, right? But the more you run that factory, the less efficient it's going to be just from wear and tear. So then you have to pull out some of the resources from within your own system to keep that repaired. Those resources include time, people, expertise, and of course the actual resources to repair that factory, right? So over time, you basically slowly wear down and limit your ability to keep your economy going, because you're not pulling in anything. Nothing new is being added to the system. It's a form of stagnation, but it's not just the generic idea that stagnation is bad. It is a proven economic fact that that kind of isolationism, whatever that's economically called, there's a term for that, I can't remember right now, actually damages an economy long term. That's why most countries shifted very substantially and significantly to the oh my god, trade mentality, which is what we've been in pretty much ever since. Okay. I like the idea, by the way, Disco. I'm curious how you would implement that. I don't know if you heard my response earlier. Listen, all I'm saying, Valvedrix, is that the people who say that need to be taken out and shot. Now, Japan in the Edo period is an example of that. There are actually quite a few European countries as well that practice that form of complete economic isolation. And it was pretty damaging. It was also something that rather substantially negatively affected the colonial era, because one of the biggest reasons so many countries spent so much political and religious capital on trying to claim as much of the New World as they could was because that would then technically be a part of their system. I agree with that, Hazardous. I'm a pretty big proponent of trade, but I think there's too much of anything, including air and water, so you know me. That doesn't sound right, Bragwin, but I believe you. That's not the word I was thinking of, but that word does seem to apply accurately to what I'm describing. It does. I'd have to look it up, and it doesn't matter that much. Taking my hits. I should be healing every round. For every combat. You know what's funny, by the way? I say that I don't level from fleeing, and that's true, but as I take damage during these fights, I am actually raising my HP and my defense. Because this game is stupid. I just realized this is like only the first of the terrible dungeons in this game. Like, you think the forest was bad? It was mostly bad because of the lighting. The forest isn't actually that bad of a dungeon. This is our first actually bad dungeon. We might actually try to fight that one. So let's go ahead and get up here. Do we have... no. Whatever. Yeah, don't you love this encounter, right? But yeah, haven't you played an RPG before, Alex? We're trying to save the world from... Okay, real talk. In this game, I know who we're trying to save the world from, both the real answer and the fake answer. In-game, neither of those people have even been hinted at. And if you've been paying attention, I've been going out of my way to talk to every single NPC in every town just to make sure that if there's nothing I'm missing. Like, if there's some random dude somewhere who hints at the evil king, for example, or the god of greed, then I could count that. But so far, there has been nothing for any of that. We're not saving the princess. No, she was supposed to join our party and be a total badass, but, I mean, we can't have that. Having a party? That's... What do you think this is, 1997? Third best, a regular hunter. Third best. Whoops, wrong buttons. Well, our quest hook, Alex, is to find our dad. And to apparently ensure that people can travel freely, because that really has been our motivation for both of the two areas we've been in. There are 3 N64 RPGs, a regular hunter. This, Eiyuden Chronicles, and Paper Mario. Paper Mario is a damn good game, and I've never played the other one. Give me a minute. Hang on. You know what's funny? In a modern game, and actually quite a few games do this. In fact, I think SNES RPGs did this, now that I'm saying this out loud. But quite a few things would do a thing where the exact same spell or the exact same item will heal you for less in combat than it does out of combat. Now, there's a reason, there's a good logical reason for that. It's to limit your in-combat healing. So you only have X amount of healing that you can do in combat safely. But that way, when you get out of combat, you know, you can just restore to full and you're fine. So I've never actually played Battle Ogre 64, but that is the other one that would be the asterisk as maybe counting. I have heard quite a few people argue that, but from what I've seen of it, it plays like Ogre Battle, and I would not call Ogre Battle an RPG, no. My opinion. Even if you want to stretch that, and absolutely bend the definition as far as possible to include 4 N64 RPGs, that still makes this the fourth best N64 RPG, and still makes Paper Mario the first, and doesn't really change anything. It's okay, Dr. Winter. We must find our father. Hang on. Now that we've forgotten about our father entirely and don't have to think about him again, so they can't travel over the water because the wind is causing issues. So we gotta go stop the wind boss, or water boss, whatever this one is. Later on, we're going to go to a desert area, and we gotta make sure to get across the desert and defeat the boss there, because that way people can travel across the desert safely. And I don't remember what the fourth one is off the top of my head. It should be fire-related, but I don't remember what it is. I want to say it's a volcano. There's this four-armed snake lady at the bottom, and we gotta kill her. She's distracting all the followers with her sexy. No, you have to say technically, Mr. Red. damn, I hated that episode so much. I wanted to give that episode a Lamentation label so badly. I couldn't. It had too many good elements to do it. But God, screw that episode. Technically, Mr. Red. Technically. By the way, there's also no side quests in this game, Dr. Winter. To go back to what Alex was just kind of hinting at. Unless you count every quest as a side quest, which, I mean, okay, sure, I'll give you that. In which case, there are 4 side quests in this game, of which we have done 1. By the way, notice how long this dungeon is? Get used to that. This is one of the shorter dungeons in the game. I'm not even going to try to fight wyverns. So this is a trend going forwards. From this dungeon till the end of the game. There's trash, which is like the red jellies or the bad things, or those guys, the scarecrows. And then there's bosses. Now, they're not actually bosses, because there's only like the 7 bosses in the whole game. What I mean by that, though, is some of the trash is elite trash. Now, that's a very common thing in RPGs. Most RPGs have the concept of an elite mob. The catch here is because of the nature of this game and how leveling and rewards work, it's never worth your time and resources to fight an elite mob. They don't give anything to make it worthwhile. So anytime you see an elite mob, your best possible choice is to just run. So the wyvern is our first elite mob, and we will see a few more of those going forwards. By the way, isn't this dungeon design great? Someone was earlier saying we should give a plus to graphics. I'm starting to question that person. I'm just saying, maybe they were paid off. Oh, we still only have 1. Well, let's do it anyways. And miss! That... I did. Sorry, Disco. That sounds like a decent idea. Using the dialogue system as a function of gameplay is something that I've said several times for several games. Even Dragon Age, I insisted that the dialogue be a gameplay axis thing. A statement I stand behind, by the way. So yeah, no, using that to determine your alignment makes sense to me. I wonder, what do we have here? Yeah, let's go ahead and do this really quick. Oh yeah, the hero's name is Brian. I don't think we've even mentioned that because it basically never comes up in the game. Like, I think the abbot at the beginning mentions our name as Brian, and I know Shannon mentions our name at the end of the game. I think that's it. I think those are the 2 examples. There is no dungeon map. There is an overworld map, which is not great while I'm on the subject, but there is no dungeon map. I mean, I guess it's better than being Jim the Knight, but, you know. I should... So, once we get the invuln, I'm going to mention another negative to this game. I don't even remember which episode the empath is, Trek Reviewer. So I don't know. Wait, no, I know which one that one is. I suppose the empath would have more behind-the-scenes info. I don't know if I'd give it Lamentation status. I suppose I should say I don't know if I did give it Lamentation status, but that's just me being cheeky. So yeah, here's our map. You can tell we're right there. We're in the dungeon. I tend to agree with that, Estes Flakes. I mean, obviously, I just said it. Our HP is actually doing pretty good, and our defense has gone up substantially in here, so at least we are getting some decent leveling in here. Oh, level up. Right, speaking of which, it's heal. No, wait, Alex! This game is probably worse than your doctor's appointment. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. To really hammer in the dialogue options or gameplay concept, compare Dragon Age Origins and its dialogue options to Fallout 4. And think about that for a second. Wyvern. By the way, we've literally power leveled, over leveled our agility, and the Wyvern still goes before us. Remember, agility determines turn order. Just pointing out the whole elite thing again. I don't blame you, Mr. Red. I really don't. This is why I bothered to basically waste my lunch break leveling. I figured every bit of leveling I can do off-camera will make this smoother for on-camera. It'll be boring and terrible, but at least you won't have to see it. Hey, Larian. I love how laggy this game gets with so few polygons on the screen. It's like, I can't take it, there's too many. My mischance should not be this low with my agility being buffed also increases my accuracy, by the way. I mean, if there's cheats, I have no ability to utilize them, Bella. I mean, there's no built-in cheats, obviously. That wasn't really common at this point in history. Like, Shadows of the Empire was kind of an exception. This is bad. This is really bad. I'm just gonna run. I don't feel like dying. We are currently over-leveled, Zacteft. Think about that for a second. I spent about 40 minutes power leveling off camera. And you're probably thinking, that's nothing, in which case you and I have a different definition of a long time leveling. That was grindy. The irony is because the magic doesn't heal percentage. Or because you don't have the water raised high enough to nosh you. Oh god, I hope I didn't just get turned around. I don't think I did. Maybe. Oh no, I think I did just get turned around. But I don't know how to check. Because I have no way of checking. Because this game hates me. Oh, well, we'll just go this way for a minute and see what happens. Oh, yep, okay, we did get turned around. Trust your instincts, Lore. Okay, this way. We're currently going north. Even though we came in from the north. We are currently going north again. I mean, if the open palm endorses slavery, it's because they secretly want to commit suicide and then immediately do. If the closed fist endorses slavery, it's because they're evil and are immediately killed by the actual hero, who you then play as. It's pretty simple, really. Well, so far, and none of these are changing at the moment. Like, I haven't seen anything to disagree with me on this. At the moment, we're at 22 negatives to gameplay, 4 negatives to story, no positives. And I'm going to expand most of those negatives into more than one. I just need to do a little research and check the audit log and see where that's at. It's okay, we haven't gotten to the actually hard bosses or the actually bad dungeons yet. That's not a joke. I was going this way. God, this encounter rate. Please tell me I'm not the only person. Like, I'm sure that I'm just an idiot, and I'm dumb, and I'm stupid, and whatever insult you want to throw me. Whatever. I cannot be the only person who has such a hard time making sure I'm going the same direction in this game, just because of how easy it is to get turned around on the samey-looking areas with no mini-map and no landmarks either. There's 0 landmarks in most of these dungeons to actually indicate where you're going. And the things that are landmarks are copy-pasted, so you're not sure which one you're at the given point in time. And it's difficult to maintain that sense of continuity, especially because you're into so many different encounters that it's like, okay, encounter, and then encounter, and then encounter, and then encounter. And it's just distracting every time it happens. God. Anyways, the golden number is the final number for my review of a game. It is the absolute no-really indicator that takes into account everything. Everything about a game and determining its final no-really review score. So the golden number is the actual review score, is the simplest way to phrase that. A fairly large amount of work and effort was put into it. I was assisted by Savicom on some of the spreadsheets and the formulas, so thanks to her for that. I am exceptionally proud of the fact that we finally have the golden number. The goal, for me, has been to have the golden number this entire time. Because statistics only matter if you interpret them right. Anybody will tell you that. It doesn't matter. This has a 75% positivity rate. That doesn't mean anything unless you know how to interpret that statistic, right? The golden number is how we interpret the reviews. Put simply. I can't believe that actually hit them. Yeah, I will admit, you've probably seen me do this on camera. There's a few times when I'm playing a traditional top-down game, and I'll get into encounters so often that I'll lose my place and go down the wrong path for a second. And I'll usually catch it and be like, oh wait, I just went down this area. But by then I have another encounter. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gum Gum, but no! First of all, that's gross. But second of all, no, thank you. Third of all, are you part of that new Roland Emmerich movie? Because that would make so much sense. Well, yes there is, Dr. Winter. And it's because I kind of want to beat the second boss before I really go through and kind of do an audit of our current negatives. And that'll condense them. I think it's called Moonfall, Gum Gum. I just found out about it yesterday. It's about the moon colliding with the planet, but we never knew what the moon actually was, and it looks like a really stupid disaster Roland Emmerich movie, which is either going to be ridiculous or fun, depending. I have no problem admitting that I actually enjoy Roland Emmerich disaster movies, so make of that what you will. So whether this will be a fun one or a stupid one, who knows? But it's about the moon smashing into the planet. I mean, come on. The golden number takes into account a lot of things, Walker, to be simple. But, in answer to your direct question, does it put an emphasis on balance between gameplay and story? The answer is yes. But only if they're on the positive axis. Which took longer than you'd think, because the problem with my reviews... I actually love this, but the problem with doing formulas for my review system is I go into the negatives. An enormous amount of mathematical formulas don't work right when you just apply negatives. That was one of the first troubles we ran into with determining the golden number. Like, okay, we got this and this and this and this and this. Well, why does this particular game have a really high score? Because it had a negative to gameplay as opposed to a positive, and that just was throwing the formula off. So... well, the golden number goes into the negatives as well. Like, for example, Anthem is my worst reviewed game ever. I forget what the number... I think it's like negative 56 or something like that. And that's its golden score. That's as down as it's gotten so far. Does golden number include price? No. I do not care about price when it comes to games. Unless it's really egregious. And I've never played anything that is. I've never reviewed anything that is. I should clarify that sentence. Please tell me I'm about to exit the correct exit, because if I just got completely turned around, I'm going to be pissed. moving my camera. Okay, we're okay. We're in the right spot. Jeez Louise, this game. I mean, that was what was happening, Sierra Mike. You know how that works. Multiplication doesn't work the same. And that's the big thing, because most of it's multipliers. I mean, I don't know that kind of astrophysics, Gum, so I am the wrong person to ask that. So I know there's one over here. I remember this one. I remember it because it's really hard to see. I had to look this one up. So if anybody sees it, please feel free to point it out. It's in the wheat somewhere. We'll talk to the NPCs in a minute. We need loot right now. There it is. Come on. There we go. 24. Which is about 10 below where we could be, but whatever. We're not really 100%ing here. I mean, I get the idea of including price in it. I do. I absolutely do. And I don't even have an argument against it, other than I just don't want to deal with that for my review system. Because what that would boil down to is a plus for price or a negative for price, which would just not actually take into account the price, you know. And again, I don't think it's really come up for the games I've reviewed. It might come up someday. Like if we were to review WW2K, for example, that would get a negative for price. If you eat all your honey bread, don't worry. Okay, so that's our source of honey bread for this town, which we don't need. What are two connections between Star Trek and the mid-70s Space 99? I actually have no idea. I've never heard of that show. So I suppose you've already kind of talked me into that, Blue Alex. I suppose if we ever do review a game where the price is particularly good or particularly bad, we could give a positive or a negative for it. Did we give a positive to not to Anthem? Did we give a positive to Anthem? End sentence. No, did we give a positive to Undertale for the price? If I was going to do that, I would do at release price, Larian. It's the only way to actually fairly judge that. Because otherwise we'd have to take into account sales and slow degradation of price and blah, 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 blah. And it needs to be level. It needs to be the same metric across all games, across 40 years of gaming, right? Oh yeah, Independence Day is extremely ridiculous. It's a good film, though. I enjoy it. Nobody here but us old folks. We're retired druids. We can't do magic, so if the wind should stop or demons should swarm in, we would be powerless to do anything about it. You realize there's like tons of encounters 10 feet. 10 feet out of your door, right? Okay, whatever. We're cool. Oh my god, these people. Hey there, have you seen a silver-haired man with a razor-sharp eyes? Where has that knave gone? Oh my god, that's right. That was a plot thread that was actually dropped in the English version. So in the Japanese version, the evil king, who is the villain of the game, who we haven't even heard mentioned yet, was so evil and so horrible that one of the local leaders of this town decided to take it upon himself and steal back one of the elemental items from the king in order to be able to fight the king. That's actually the boss of this section. However, once he took the power, he became corrupted by it, yada yada yada. Oh my god, that lag. I mean, they are literally stupid, Gum, if that's what you mean. If that's not what you mean, I got none. Well, no, Roxy. The other way around. You see, the English version came out first. That's a lot of fresh bread from the windmill. My goodness. You know what would be kind of cool is if, you know, you go to this town and because it's the bread town or the garden farm town, maybe you could get more bread than usual, or maybe the bread's better than usual, instead of just being the same bread every other bread has. Oh my god, a stranger has found the Windstone and is using it to evil ways. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Hang on, let me read that out loud. Since olden times, the Windward Forest has been the hiding place of the Wind Jade. If you hold this special stone, you can place the wind at your command. Somehow, a stranger has found the stone and is using it in evil ways. Doesn't explain what those evil ways are. Your best chance against the person who holds the Wind Jade is to keep moving. Still targets are easier to hit. That's actually not true. If it is not returned to its place, all the wind in Seltland will cease. Oh, hang on, let's talk to the one character. Hello, so you too have come to this town. I've heard of a mysterious gem in the Windward Forest. With power to control the wind, I heard that a wind sorcerer has been seen there. We can still feel his zephyrs, but for how long, I wonder. What? Me and my mates were vagabonds. Are vagabonds. We wander wherever our boots take us, but the other day, we stumbled across a precious stone in the woods outside this town. But after we got to this town, the one who was holding it disappeared. Okay. Yeah, I think so, Dr. Winter. But the doubly funny thing about that is wind spells in particular, the absolute... See you around, Junior Shark. The best way to dodge wind magic is to stand perfectly still. I've actually been demonstrating that unintentionally as we went through that wind tunnel just now. There's a magician in our group who kept to himself. He disappeared not too far from here. He might be in the woods. He's definitely in the woods. Yeah, you already said that, Truck Revere. I mean, not like I have time to watch TV right now. That isn't scheduled work. I doubt anyone's going to add that to the list. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't hit these with melee. Well, I'm out! Run! You probably haven't noticed this yet, but almost everything in the game, there's only a couple of exceptions, has the same movement speed, which can look really funny sometimes. As things just kind of go lump, lump, lump. Hey, we got our first avalanche spell. So this is the second best offensive spell in the game, and that's why. I actually already talked about that spell. But yeah, that's This came out in 1998, Evo. Just kind of... So I could try to dodge these, but A, why bother? And B, and more importantly, I need that X of getting hit. Oh yeah, feel the lag, feel it. I've mentioned speedrunning this game a few times. The most frustrating RNG of speedrunning this game is the fact that those a random number of those rocks spawn, they hit in random areas, and they do random damage, as I talked about earlier, so... How useful that spell is very random. Unless you're fighting one of the large bosses, like physically large, because then they get hit by everything. Just, you know, in the face, basically. Does the Japanese version still have shops? Oh, excuse me, does the Japanese version have the shops? No, it does not. I am not playing this on PC. I am playing this on the original hardware. To my great dismay. best part about this game, one of the most bare-bones aspects of strategy... What the heck is a Pegasus? One of the most bare-bones aspects of strategy that tends to exist in an RPG is the ability to whittle down the amount of damage you're taking by focus firing on a particular enemy, or trying to kill a certain enemy over another enemy, or whatever else, right? That doesn't exist in this game. Because of the nature of the fact that you get a turn every time the enemies get a turn, it doesn't matter which order in which you kill things for the most part. You don't reduce the damage you're taking, because you don't have 3 things attacking you at once. You have a thing attacking you. You have 3 of them, and each one of them is attacking one by one. And I point that out because that combat I was just in another RPG, as I whittled down their numbers, the damage I was taking would have gone down, and so I would have had a better chance of surviving that encounter. But because I was taking the exact same damage the whole encounter, there's no strategy there. There's no tactics. There's just fight them until you die or win. Or have giant white tarantulas show up out of nowhere, that's always fun. Oh yeah, by the way, it can also completely miss. Oh, we hit 1, sorry. Let's get into a corner here. Try this. It can also miss on the spell. I actually forgot about that, to be honest with you. So that's another random element to add to the Avalanche spell. I absolutely do not agree with that, Gum Gum, on any level. So you see how Avalanche can be useful. I got some good rolls there. I got a lot of hits in and a lot of damage in. I killed 2 things in 1 round, 1 cast, so... That's why Avalanche is basically the best spell in the game. It is the second best offensive spell in the game, behind the improved Avalanche. Okay, this way, I think. I don't remember this dungeon. I don't remember this dungeon that well. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be avalanching a little bit here. To get through some of this stuff. Just because we kind of have to, because we literally can't melee some of these enemies. I hate to stop meleeing, but, you know. Speaking of which, melee! Listen, balance is for losers, Damashi. No one wants a balanced RPG, come on. That's why people love FF8. I'm getting some serious exp on this guy, Jesus. I might die, but, you know, whatever. That's cool. You're probably wondering why I think that the earlier enemies are better exp than this guy. Well, you notice that their damage was doing 1 to 2, and this guy's damage is doing 2 to 3. It may not sound like a lot, but that adds up over time. And the whole point is to be able to survive the hits, right? So, kind of important. I just realized I'm less than halfway through this game, and I've already kind of run out of things to talk about. Turn off the stream. I'll be back in 6 hours when I get to the next boss. We're gonna run from that one. Those aren't elites. I'm not doing great right now. Those The Orcs with a K even. Yeah, the better version of Dr. Winter is Red 13 shows up as well. Correct, Damashi. Oops. A little too fast there. No, Evo. It's just because I'm a bad reviewer, and I played games bad, and I'm a terrible person, and you should never listen to my opinion. At least that's what I've heard in the comment section. Oh, there's the boss. Hang on. So, I'm going to make a solid attempt at this. You'll notice I have been deliberately not using my items since the last boss. So hang on, let's try to get some mana back over here. So I want to walk into this full. The worst type of quest in RPGs? I don't know. I mean, escort quest is the default answer, but I feel like there's worse than that, because you can turn an escort quest into a good quest. So anyways, boss time! Get out of my way, brat. I'm the one who now holds the Wind Jade. All you who belittled my power are about to be blown to smithereens. Boss fight. I mean, Xenogears is probably going to end with a net positive score, Blue of Alex. But yeah, I will be unashamed in my dislike of that game. I'm not going to lie. Let's just do this for now. Ugh, so that's one of his unique spells. Ow. Oh, you noticed my defense up already went away, by the way? I don't know if you noticed that, but that's a thing that happened. Alright, hang on. We're actually going to try a different strategy here. Oh my god, literally none of them hit him. Wow. This is an interesting situation. Okay, so, real talk. Yesterday, I was playing a subtraction game with my niece. It was part of her homework, and she asked me to play it with her. So, as part of the game, you roll 2 d6s, and then you add them together, and you want the largest number possible. So naturally, I got 11, which is 2 1s, and 22, which is 2 2s, multiple times, because my dice luck is just that bad. Okay. Oh, that hit him once. Oh my god. This is bad. Okay. This, Okay, let's do this. Of course she was, Savacum. She loves to win. So this is boss 2. Wah, wah. Let's me look something up here really quick. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. So did you know he's weak to Earth? And by far, I mean, there's actually a few things you could do against this guy, but by far the most recommended strategy is to use Avalanche. Because he's super weak to it, and it will shred him. Now, someone just said, you know, are there debuff spells? Yes, but not really, no. The debuff spells have the exact same problem that the buff spells has. All the bosses, including this one, have attacks that just straight up remove buffs. That also counts as debuffs in this game. You probably noticed that I buffed myself for the first round because there was nothing else I could do, and he immediately removed that buff. First action. As I said before, buffs are so badly designed in this game that they're kind of never worth using. Hey, Nemesis. Well, see, the first thing I did, Disco, was I used magic. And then I asked you what you're talking about. What do you mean, FF7 music? Explain yourself, sir. I don't think I've even played FF7 music today, so I really have no idea where that's coming from. Unless you're just making fun of FF7 music, in which case, we're probably going to have some words. Yeah, in all honesty, if I haven't written down buff system as a negative, it probably needs to be one. That's true. FF7 music sucks. It's terrible. Someone kill S.A. Ross immediately for his heresy, please. Thank you. Yes, I think, Evo. I'm not actually sure. But I'm pretty sure. I should say pretty sure. No, see, frame drops can be negatives. They can. But they aren't in this case, especially because the main reasons frame drops would be negatives is if they are actually impeding the gameplay. We'll have to talk about this when it comes to Classic Mega Man, unfortunately. Because there's several instances in Classic Mega Man where there are frame drops and it actually eats input. And that is bad on several Mega Man levels. Mega Man 4 is probably the worst offender on that front. So, as much as the frame drops suck in this game, they don't really do anything other than, you know, slow the game down. I don't think that's probably going to be negative worthy. Don't mistake me, I'm going to throw negatives at this game, but it has to earn them. You can't just do it, right? I can't just say 50 negatives and then walk away. That doesn't mean anything. Where are we doing here? We have confusion, which is worthless. And that's it. I think it's 34? As much as I hate to say this, we will probably be giving Mega Man several negatives. That's just how it is. I mean, Yoko blocks alone, you know, frame drops, as we were just talking about, and input drops, excuse me, from frame lag. Anything over there? Oh, okay. I'm not sure what else. How's the plot? Oh my god. I should put up a command that summarizes the plot, because I've been asked 4 times now today what the plot of the game is. I'm sensing a trend. So the actual plot in the game we're playing is very bad. The plot of the game that we're playing, and I keep stressing it that way, is, hey kid, your dad's missing. You should go look for him. Okay, so I go to look for him. Hang on, it's really dangerous to travel right now. Could you go defeat this boss for us? Okay, thank you. Now you can keep traveling. Oh, hey, it's really dangerous to travel right now. Could you go defeat this boss for us? Okay. We can't even cross the water right now because of how dangerous it is to travel. Could you beat this boss for us? Thanks. Oh, it's actually very difficult to go to this one area and travel, so if you could go defeat this boss for us, we'd appreciate it. Thanks. Now, that sounds like me being facetious. It is not. Immediately thereafter, you go after the big evil king, who you've never heard about before and have no idea who he is or what his deal is. Kill him, find your dad as an anecdote, and then get dumped into Mammon's world, which is his own dimension, I mentioned that earlier, and go defeat Mammon, who is trying to kill the world. Take two. Just in case we get to have defense for more than one round. Nope, we're going to miss ourselves with our own buff. It's okay, that attack is actually a dispel. So, that's a good question, Evo. If you ever figure out the answer to that, please let me know. Alright, so let's see if we can hit him here, because if we could get a lucky roll on Avalanche, we could kill this guy in 2 rounds. If we hit him with all the rocks, he's gone. Yeah, you see that's doing 70 damage a hit? We only hit him once there. Okay, that's actually not so bad. We're going to tilt a little bit. Hopefully hit him with some of the side rocks. There we go. 2, 3, 4. That's actually a pretty good roll right there. He's still doing the side attack. That's good. That's the one attack we want him to do. His straight attack is the one that really hurts us, as you saw last time. The one he's about to do. Yeah, that one. Let's get a little bit more distance here. There we go. 2 damage is not great. 3 is pretty average, by the way. Alright, so we actually do have MP recovery items on us, because I've been saving items, so... Now we should do the mid-range. Yep, there's the mid-range attack, which is acceptable. We get a little more distance. We want to go ahead and heal, because I don't know what his health is at right now. Yeah, let's just go ahead and blow one of the big ones. That is the best attack he could be using. I'll take it. And then we throw rocks on his head. By the way, most strategy guides, and I double-checked this just a bit ago, recommend that you go grind for a bit, specifically your Earth Magic. Why? Because at 32 or 34, I forget which, you get the invincibility spell. You can imagine what this fight is like when you're invincible. You can also imagine what every fight in this game is like when you're invincible, because they are all identical. You cast invincibility. Is it 36? I was completely wrong. You cast invincibility, and then you cast Avalanche. And then you cast invincibility, and then you cast Avalanche, and that is the fight. And that's how every fight in this game is going to be once we get to 36. Invincibility cannot be dispelled. However, there's a caveat to that. So there's another reason. Let's just add a negative for buffs. For the buff system. Because here's the funny part. I already explained one of the reasons why buffs suck. I just explained it. You can miss yourself with buffs, and buffs can get regularly dispelled by bosses. Same with debuffs. So it's an extra feature that's kind of crap. But hang on, there's more. Buffs last a random duration. That duration can be 1 round. So what can and most assuredly will happen during the course of this playthrough is we'll throw up the invincibility buff, and then the enemy will attack us and do nothing, and then the buff will go away. And then we'll have to recast it, and then it'll go away. And then yada yada yada. Because the buffs last a random duration. So yeah, negative for the buff structure. Because... I'm sorry, but in like a Final Fantasy game with proper varied buffs and debuffs and you know, like FF5 for example, where that actually matters, if those buffs could last a random duration, including 1 round, that's nonsense. By itself. I'm actually very strongly considering giving 2 negatives for that, just because of how absolutely terrible that is. A mischance for evil spells, yeah. By the way, you'll notice even regular trash enemies are starting to get a little bit health spongy. Yeah. Oh my god. I literally walked 2 feet. Okay, bridge. Which is now open, because we beat the boss. No explanation given. We beat the boss. That's the explanation. I want to stress this. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not kidding. There is 0 explanation for some of these barriers. The door just doesn't open. Nobody says it's locked. There's no NPC there saying, you know, you should not pass, like in Diablo 2, or like in Paper Mario where there's a dude being like, oh my god, I'm not supposed to let you through. There's just a door that you can't open. It doesn't even look locked. It's just a door. And you can't interact with it until you beat the boss. And by the way, I do mean that literally. You can't interact with it until you beat the boss. Why? Because people have already tested this. If you use cheats, like a Game Shark or whatever, to just put the quest items in your inventory, like the wind orb I just got, doesn't change anything. That's because the flag is unchanged. You have to kill the boss to flag you as being able to progress. And fight an undead hound, apparently. Ah, sure, we'll fight you. And as usual, most of these problems exist in other games, just not as bad. That's a good question, Evo. Oh, I said I wanted to do the audit after the second boss, didn't I? Give me a minute, give me a minute. Let me at least get back to a save point that isn't gonna reset my progress. Actually, speaking of which, where am I? Yeah. I actually can't remember if I'm going the right way for this section of the game. Hello, Baron. Oh, almost everyone that's popped in, Baron, has been like, what's the one positive? I'm pretty much talked myself into not giving that positive so far, to be completely honest. Which is a shame. I was kind of hoping we'd get at least one positive. Maybe they'll build another one later. We'll see. Yeah, a lot of games lean heavily on the buff-debuff game. Not a little bit too much, but I do tend to like when buffs and debuffs are a viable tactical option. Guild Wars 1, to use my favorite example of that. Alright, so let's set this up over here. There we go. Alright, let's look at our pluses and minuses so far. So, yep, nope, these are all codified story negatives. The only one that isn't is the twist, because we're not there yet. I will be talking to every NPC, as usual, in order to make sure that I'm staying up on that. So, our current actual score is here for story. Gameplay-wise, enemy variety, I'm not impressed in general, and it doesn't add anything to the game, so that's gone. Build yourself in a corner, all 3 of those. Yep, difficulty curve is bad. I think we've already demonstrated how bad it is. especially because of another problem. So let's give a second negative for the difficulty. So... I'm not sure if it's a record, Justin. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Anthem might surpass this in sheer negatives. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. There is at least 2 more negatives I can think of, but actually that might be it. I'm not sure we'll get any more negatives going forwards. Alright, so second difficulty, negative. But there's something I haven't given negative for at all, and that is RNG. I think I've made it very clear why this game kind of sucks when it comes to RNG, because there's been so much of it already. Hang on, I need to do something here real quick. There has been so much RNG. The boss fight I just fought absolutely creamed me and then melted. Not because of any change in strategy or approach, but solely because I got different RNG. Anytime how well you do is dependent on something entirely out of your control, that's not a great feeling, you know? So the RNG in this game, and obviously that's only one example, but I've been showing other examples of RNG in this game, because there are several. There are several examples of just heavy randomness in this game, which are not good. That was the one that I just got rid of, Roxy, because I don't think it's a positive. I mean, this is literally an enemy from the first area of the game. But, no. And to really make my point, in case I have to justify the removal of a positive, this enemy is using the exact same spells that the Scarecrow enemy in the cave was using on me. In short, even though it looks slightly different, it is effectively the same. Because there's only the, I think it's like 12 spells in the game, not counting bosses. There we go. So... anyways, so... oh yeah, speaking of RNG, buffs can miss. Do I need to add anything else to that? Still typing one-handed. I just hope nobody who made this game watches this review. I would not want that. Yeah, this actually isn't a long encounter. I'm just grinding. Because remember, even though this is the first enemy in the game, and the weakest enemy in the game, I am gaining more experience from this guy than like, the big wyverns would give me, for example. That's not a joke. Okay. Now, I'll tell you what, at least what I assume someone who actually made this game would tell me. Why didn't you play the actual version, the one we actually had time to work on? Yeah, no, that's valid. Okay. How long does it take to beat the game? That's a good question, Evo. We'll see. We'll probably beat this game sometime this year. Now, I don't think this encounter rate is at Breath of Fire 2 levels, so we're going to give 2 negatives for encounter rate. If we get to the end of the game and I change my mind on that, we'll add the third one. Long time to type one-handed. I'm just going to type this all out with both hands. Give me a second. Real talk, Baron. This song was running through my head while I was making lunch. Or re-eating lunch. Not as bad, Sabacon. Okay. There's only one negative I'm not going to codify right now. And I wouldn't mind more arguments, more debate on this point. Zalok already gave his suggestions, and I admit I feel weird giving this negative. Hang on. So we'll put this into debatable for right now. It's for the memory card problem. I do want to know what you all think about the memory card problem. I want your thoughts on that. For all of you who don't know what that means, you are incapable of playing this game without a memory card. Legally. Obviously, we don't count emulating when it comes to review, because emulating is not a legally obtainable version of the game. So, you have to buy one of these to slot into the controller, which I have right here, in order to be capable of playing this game. It requires third-party hardware. I am absolutely not going to do that, Cat Horse. I do not feel like starting over from scratch right now, especially with all the grinding we're currently doing. Okay, he's missing me too much, so this is stopping being useful. Let's go kill him. Yeah, there was about 20 bucks back in the day. It was actually, this is funny, by the way. This memory card I bought just this weekend for this run is cheaper than this memory card I bought back in the 90s so I could play this game at all. I feel like we gave that a negative. I feel like that was one of Odyssey's only negatives. Because Odyssey is an extremely good game. Can you squeeze a bit of fun out of a game with so many negatives? Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a concept called so bad it's good. And there's also a concept called MST3King. Which is basically when you go through something that you know is bad, and you just make fun of it the entire time. I'm guessing you weren't there for that discussion, Blue of Alex, because we argued very strongly how there would not be a negative for PlayStation 1 games. Even though every PlayStation 1 game we've reviewed has a modern port and therefore would avoid this by sheer virtue of that existence. Kind of, yeah, a pork chop. I don't like giving negatives for stuff that's kind of outside the game. The whole point is to review the game. So I'm a little hesitant to do that. I will admit that is the only reason I'm hesitant to do that. The fact that this game required a memory card is bullcrap. On every level. On the financial level, on the fact that it doesn't need it. It is actively an aspect of bad game design. And that is a unique thing in this case. This game only needs a memory card because it is badly designed. So that kind of, you know, fits under that thing. Fits under our usual purview. But I'm not sure it would qualify, because, again, it is outside the game, and I don't know. Yep, I don't know why I even thought he would say something else. Negatives to a saving with a password. So we've never reviewed a game like that before. We may someday if someone funds Hydelide. But... Well, that's an interesting question, Zalok, even though you're obviously joking. Yeah, you do understand why I'm so hesitant, right, Blue of Alex? Like, I hate the memory card thing, I do. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I am very, very restrained. I very much feel odd giving a negative for that. I don't feel like that's quite the right idea. The only reason I'm even considering it is because of this very unique case. Because the only reason this game requires a memory card is either because of deliberate duplicative marketing, which isn't really the game's fault, or because of bad programming, which absolutely is the game's fault. In neither case is it a hardware issue, which would absolutely disqualify this. You know, that would not be a negative. That's just, you know, the N64 couldn't save, so you needed the save card. That's why PS1 games wouldn't have that negative, because the PS1 required a save. It was functionally part of the hardware. It was just a limitation of the time. No negative given, right? How many games... Could someone Google this for me? How many N64 games required the memory card? I'm actually curious. Because I only know of the one, and I'm playing it. That's also true, Sovacom. Probably Pillars of Snow? It depends. It depends. As always, it's, you know me. As much as I standardize, it really does always depend on the specific implementation. So I'm not sure in a lot of those cases. One second, I need to look something up. I'm just going to look up a walkthrough. What? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so I am going the wrong way. I am at the wrong portion of my playthrough here. So I'm glad I looked that up. Let's go back this way. I mean, I know this is a bad example to point to because Paper Mario is one of the better RPGs in the era, never mind in general. See you around, Cat Horse. But I keep thinking about Paper Mario, a much more complex, much more advanced RPG with far more things to keep track of in its save files that it has absolutely no problem keeping track of, you know? On the cartridge. Doesn't need this thing. Now, I'm looking at this list, so apparently there's quite a few games that use the memory card. Unfortunately, this isn't the list I was hoping for. I was hoping for the list that requires the memory card. Because I think there's a few, like, racing games that'll save ghost data on the memory card. In fact, yep, Mario Kart 64 is on there for the ghost data, for example. I gotta remember where this person is in this town. I'm looking for a specific NPC, and I don't remember where she is. I think she's over here. There's no difference, Baron? Like, this is called the memory pack, and that's called the memory card, and that's the same thing. Yeah, Diddy Kong Racing also lets you save ghost data on the pack. I know that because I actually was testing Diddy Kong Racing while I was getting set up for this. Who knew reviewing games would be so hard? But yeah, Majora's Mask needed the expansion pack. Here she is. Okay, so, second dialogue. I owe you my hearty thanks. You're indeed a special person. In addition to being the protector of this town, I'm also the messenger for Epona. No, not that one, of Crystal Valley. Epona's a mysterious person. She can see through anything, and there's nothing she doesn't know. She told me there is something she wishes to tell you. Outside the hotel is the room of the Crystal Well. When you're ready to proceed, I will guide you to them. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, whatever. Hey, Harriet. I don't know what I think of that. Although I'm curious what you're going to think of the third or fourth boss, Faded Kirby. Is this not it? Okay, no. Okay, must be the other one then. little bit easy to get turned around in here. What's chicken? Oh, never mind. I thought you said chicken chips, Disco. I was about to ask, what the heck is chicken chips? What is worse, something to be funny trying to be funny that isn't, or something that's trying to be sexy that isn't? I'm sure you're going to get a lot of different responses for that, but in my opinion, it's the funny thing. A joke that you just don't find amusing is really aggravating. Yep, now we can go through the door that there was no indicator that it was shut. It's just, it was shut. This game. I've been expecting you. Release the protective water and open the road to the Sacred Water Crystal Valley. The cavern entrance will appear after the water has subsided. The cavern is very long, and the demons numerous, but you must make this route. Take this route. I have to make sure you are a genuine magician. Thanks, lady. Epona is waiting in the valley. Alright, please hurry. The water will subside for a short time. May the spirits watch over your way. Open the chest, please. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so this dungeon is the third worst dungeon in the game that we're about to do. So, this should be cool. I'm probably going to... I'm going to want to give it negative just for this dungeon. We'll see how it turns out, but, you know... why is this not working? Okay. Probably the first dungeon, Mr. Red. Forest. Okay. Oh, here we go, I think. Yep, okay. Right, there was no... I keep forgetting there's no indication of transition, so the water's already lowered. Let's see around there. Sorry, I was getting stuck on how to lower the water. So welcome to the Blue Cave. In just a minute, I thought it was right around the corner. Soon to be welcomed to the Blue Cave. Soon you will join me in the greatest, darkest depths of hell. You cannot commit suicide in this game, unfortunately. Actually, I guess you kind of can, but in some cases it's a little slow. And slow suicide sucks. You want to just be over with, you know, just done. Yep, there's the Blue Cave. Alright, is there anything over here? Double checkinating. I think this is just... Yep, that's going back that way. Okay, I'm found. So who's ready for the Blue Cave? No joke. 2 separate walkthroughs I've checked for this give the advice of, don't fight any of the enemies here, just run from everything. I might pull up a map for this place. They're all weak to fire, of course. If you're remembering, we don't have fire. That's, You'll notice that despite the fact that I hit a couple for 80, their health didn't move. And I missed completely with that round. And they're hitting me for quite a bit, and even their multi-hit thing is hitting me for 4. Which puts them at higher damage than anything else I've encountered so far, including the boss. Just pointing out a couple little factoids as we go through it. Our melee damage is up to 30. I'm gonna die. And I haven't saved here, I don't think. No, I think I did. Yeah, so... Yeah, let's do this. I think I have Evo. Not this many negatives, but I'm pretty sure I reviewed several games that didn't get positives. This... yeah, okay. And I can't even see... Where? Camera! Oh god, it's like right there. Well, since if we try to heal or we try to run, we die, let's gamble. Well, we killed one. Doesn't do anything for us, though, because, remember, killing a monster gets you absolutely nothing. It is killing defeating an encounter is what gets you experience. Where the hell am I? Okay, I see where I am. I cannot imagine this game getting a story positive. If nothing else, I anticipate at least one more story negative. That will be the ending, by the way. Oh, nope, So we died to the very first encounter in the Blue Cave. I don't know what else to add to that, really. Nope, this way will be correct. There's barely an inventory mechanic, Damashi. I mean, you could argue there's an inventory mechanic. Why? I've already lowered the water. Why isn't the water lowered? Okay. Right. Let's go this way, then. Yeah, water isn't lowered. I'm sorry, what? Okay, let's go in here. Talk to her. Is the water lowered now? Yes, okay. And camera. Work with me. Help me to not make a bad movie quote. Not really, Dr. Winter. I don't have a Japanese N64. I can't read Japanese, so I wouldn't know what I'm listening to or talking about. And, I guess I don't own a Japanese copy of the game. So... There you go, Star Trek Legacy. There's a game with no positives. Wait, no, that game had a positive. Shatner's voice acting. One positive, but, you know, that counts, right? So, by the way, this dungeon's a maze of samey textures and copy-pasted geometry. I could probably argue for a negative for this dungeon by that point alone. Those are like the two biggest sins of dungeon design. Hang on, there's another big sin of dungeon design. It's boring. William Shatner is not a bad actor, memes aside. He's not the greatest actor since sliced bread, but he's not a bad actor. I think I just got turned around. We'll find out in a second, and by a second I mean several minutes, because of how slow this is. This dungeon is where I'm going to be thankful that I've been bothering to level agility. Remember, agility increases our movement range in combat. So that means it's easier to run from battles. I mean, FF2 dungeons do have troll rooms, and troll rooms are some of the worst dungeon design I've ever seen. But other than that, yeah, this is about as bad as an FF2 dungeon. So now I'm rooted. So that's good. You can dislike someone for whatever reason you want to, Gum Gum. I'm just saying. Looks like I was going this way, I think. Okay, I was. This is the direction I was going in. I think I'm going to a dead end, however. Also, our agility apparently isn't as high as I'd like, because some of these enemies are going before me. Okay, so... Where is it? There we go. Yep, dead end. Okay, so that's nice. Which one's Blow Up Alex? Get on my mask. I can think of like a dozen. I will never forgive the Infinity Dungeon. I should heal up. You know, I've gotten the comment in the past. I don't really get this comment anymore. But I've gotten the comment, I understand why he cheats, but I wish he'd spent the time to actually level and grind on camera. I don't understand that, personally. That sounds like insanity to me. But whoever said that, this stream is for you. All the grind. All the time. No cheats. No pushing through it. Just the old-fashioned way. That's hysterical, Mr. Red. I bet I'm the highest... I bet I'm the most viewers Quest 64 streamer right now, too. Yeah, I really wasn't fond of the Trails in the Sky 1 dungeon, so I'm completely with you on that. I think we gave it a negative when we got there. Oh, thank God we didn't get rooted. Now we're gonna get rooted. Yeah, okay, we didn't. Almost got turned around, but I happen to know where I'm going. In this one room. Why would anyone play this game? You know my reasoning. Both times. I told you why I played through it last time. Sunk cost fallacy. Straight up. An actual example of sunk cost fallacy. And you know why I'm doing it this time. Reviewing bad games has its own point and purpose. And this is one of them. So this is the correct way, but it splits into two immediately. Left or right? I don't have a map. I could pull up a map. Maybe. I'm not actually sure if there's maps for this game. Stretch my fingers while you decide. So let's see. We have 2 left, 1 right. So at the moment, we're leaning left. There's pork chop says left as well. We could flip. I don't like gripping the N64 controller, if you're wondering why this kind of hurts. Now, that's a game I've never played, Blow Up Alex, and it sounds like I don't want to. Based on your statement just now. Is it as... Have you played Phantom Menace on the PS1? Because... Wow. Like, there's some good elements to that game. You know, I couldn't call it a Lamentation game, but... Wow. You know what? We're already grinding on camera. Yeah, let's pull up a map. Hang on. RPG Shrine might have a map. They have old stuff like this. What do we got here? Maps. Hey, the Blue Cave. Okay, we're... Oh my... That's your map. Okay. Okay. I don't remember which one that was on Falkenstein. That certainly turned out interesting, though. Okay, so... I'm not sure where we are. This is not what I would call a good map. So, is that where I came in? So if that's true, let's gamble. Let's watch this. So if this curves to the left, I know where I am. This does not appear to be curving to the left. It's a dead end. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. This is kind of a process. Now, I don't have to imagine it. I didn't have a map back in 1998, Roxy. Maps did not exist for this game in 1998. There was no strategy guide for this game, at least not that I'm aware of. There might be someone somewhere, but there certainly wasn't one available to me. Would I rather play this game or navigate a single Daggerfall dungeon? This game. Daggerfall dungeons can go to hell. They have all of the problems this game's dungeons has, except they're much larger, much more vertical, and much worse. You think I'm getting lost in here? Uh-uh. Best strategy, hit the power button. Oh, what game was that? I think it was Zelda 2. A friend of mine was playing through Zelda 2. And I don't know if he didn't think to, or it never occurred to him to, but he didn't have a pen and paper handy. But he had a pen, so he just started scribbling notes on his hand for the dungeon he was in. He was in one of the temples. So he's playing, and he's playing, and he's like, okay, let me check the map. And obviously, it's smeared all over the place and all over the NES controller. Okay, yes, I am where I think I am. See you around, Blue Hero. Spoiler alert, it will not. I know you weren't here for the beginning, Blue Hero, but at the very beginning of the game I said, I hope you enjoy this initial abbot and this initial little thing, because this is as good as the game gets. And I wasn't joking. This game declines in quality the whole way through the game. So the very first chunk of the game is the best part of the game. Wow, there is a of course there's a Prima guide for this. That doesn't surprise me. That is so interesting, because I actually looked for one. I'm guessing they just didn't have one in stock where I was, because this was a little bit before Amazon. I know that's hard to imagine a time before Amazon, but back in the day we had to go to bookstores. It's like a place you walk into, and in there it has books within the store, and you could physically grab the book and check it and see, you know, if it has what you want in it, and then purchase the book on the spot. It's just yours. You can just take it home. It was a unique concept. It's kind of... I'm sorry, I'm being a dick. I apologize. I think I've said this story before. Me and my mom used to frequent used bookstores just to look for anything interesting. See if there's anything nice or unique or whatever. What's a book? Well, imagine a story that takes a really long time to go through, unless you read at my pace. And so the graphics aren't really all that good. But it's okay because you can kind of fill in the gaps in the graphics with your imagination. Okay, so, I'm gonna go left and hope I think I know where I am. I think I actually have found where I am now. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight anything in here. So let's go left, because this should be a chest. No, it does have 4K. It actually is better than 4K graphics. I'm not even sure what human perception goes up to in terms of resolution, but it goes really high. It's like 1700,000K graphics. It's great. Yeah, 17,000K graphics. It's that high. I used to, as a regular thing, to just chill for a bit, I used to go to the local Barnes & Noble. You know, remember back when they had those really big, comfy chairs? And just sit and read for a bit. Just as a way to de-gauze, especially after work. Yep, okay. You can poke at the book, Blueberry. It's not quite the same experience. Please don't root me. Oh my god, please don't root me. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. That could have gone bad. Why? Why? Game? Do you hate me? Is that what this is? You can tell me, it's cool. Oh, I think we have Avalanche 2. Oh, we don't. I'm sorry, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. That's not Avalanche 2. Several of them do, yes, Damashi. And, if you were paying attention, the random duration is still a problem. Okay, you know what, honestly. So I should probably mention, you've noticed that the Earth spell does way more damage than my physical attack, right? So, why even bother with physical attacks when magic does so much more damage? So there's two answers to that. The first is that, obviously, you know, you can run out of mana, so I guess that's a third answer. The first, though, is the only reason that that damage does so much is because they're weak to that. Remember, every enemy in the game, with one exception, has a specific weakness to a specific element. So if you hit something with their weak point, it does more damage. There you go. No one... that also goes the other way. If you hit something with something they're strong with, it does less damage. Again, pretty basic stuff. Nobody is strong against physical damage. And later on in the game, there's probably the actual hardest boss in the game, who is weak to nothing except physical damage. Nothing tells you this, by the way, other than just trial and error. Nothing indicates this, nothing preps you for this. You're just kind of expected to know that or live with it. You... I don't even have any mana. In case you missed that, he just rooted me. Right before I could have fled the battle, and I have no mana. I might die right here. But yes, Mr. Ed, he's not weak to anything, but he takes plenty of damage from physical hits. Oh, thank God. Let's get out of here. How is that not close enough? There we go. Now I'm a little turned around. I think I was going this way. Yes, I think. Well, I guess then, to carry the book parallel disco, it has variable resolution. I was actually playing D&D at the time, Gum Gum. The Satanic Panic was always stupid, and that's really all I have to say about it. It was dumb from the very beginning. If you ever actually read any of those articles in the newspapers, which I have done, it's just kind of funny. One of my favorite jokes about D&D. Worried parents disappointed to learn that D&D is just math and improv. Okay, so this way. This should lead to the caverns, excuse me. Yep, okay, here we go. Yeek! Why? By the way, it's probably not obvious, but they can reapply that buff. So sometimes the debuff, the root, just lasts that long, and sometimes it's because they're reapplying it. I'm not sure which, it doesn't really matter. I just thought I'd share that you can be screwed over twice by that. Hell, my own mother didn't like the fact that I played video games for most of my life. There's other reasons for that, but it's still a true statement. Meanwhile, my grandmother was buying me games all over the place because she was cool. She's the only member of my biological family that's actually cool. You remember how I mentioned that the mobs will use completely random spells with no rhyme or reason to it? It just rolls a dice to see what it casts. You notice that mob, which is at the beginning of combat and therefore at full health, just healed itself? Wow, Blue Felix, I'm sorry. That's, yeah. Okay, so I should be... I'm gonna quote Gandalf here, I have no memory of this place. I think I've lost where I am. Wait, no, hang on, this... Okay, no, we're okay, we're okay. We're okay. Thank God. I was gonna say, this is where I should be. And I am. Alright, okay. Oh my god, this dungeon. Would anyone like to argue that this dungeon does not deserve a negative? Real talk. I'm in a mood to be argued down from negatives. I've given plenty. You're gonna have to actually earn it. That's how that works. I'm using a map, by the way. Just to... Look at this! This is just this is literally just one long... There's not even any enemies here. Just one... It could be worse. If we die at this point, we have to start over on Falkenstein. I would like you to really think about that. This is where the penalty for failure really comes in, by the way. I kind of hinted at that earlier. The penalty for failure doesn't really matter until later game when you have dungeons that take like 40 minutes just to walk through. I mean, this game is... Yeah, no, this game has worse dungeons than FF13. I can say that very definitively. Haven't reviewed FF13 yet, but I can pretty much say that. Is there a boss at the end of this one? I don't think so, no. I could be wrong. Don't think there is one. No, Zactef. God, no. That should stay the purview of animated. Yeah, the fact that the enemies are actually stronger than they should be on the curve. You remember how I mentioned how the difficulty curve just bounces up and down? And the encounter rate, and the samey textures and corridors, and the maze nature of it, and the total lack of any indicators other than the arrows. I can't believe they even had the arrows, to be honest. So, yeah, Von Falkenstein was saying, you know, this cave could be worse. Yeah, it could not have the arrows. Oh my god, Joven. Do you see this down here, Joven? Do you see this? I hope the root canal went well, though. Everyone says root canals are terrible. I've actually been in for a root canal for the tooth that's missing up there right now. I didn't feel anything. It was just and done. Actually kind of walked into that one. Trying to get a little defense experience while I'm in here. That's true. The extended... The extended walking sections, the extended moments of walking help magnify the tension and ambiance found in Quest 64. Without these moments, the narrative weight of our actions would go unnoticed. I love it. That's fair, Braywin. Needles don't bug me, but I get that a lot of people are bugged by needles, so... Yeah, I had a pretty good dentist for my thing, I'll give you that. She was legit. She did a good job. She was like, alright, so here's the... She even gave me a good post-op. It's like, alright, you're gonna need... Because I just don't have a tooth there. There's just a hole up there. But... You know, she's like, all right, you're going to have to take care of this. You're going to have some bleeding for a while. After about a week, I want you to start deliberately chewing on the left side. It's going to hurt. You need to do it to toughen up the gums. So she gave me the whole rundown. And I only mention that because I've known a lot of medical people who think their job ends the moment the surgery ends. You know? All right, tooth's out. Peace. Or how about the dude who, to explain how to use crutches, handed me the crutches and kind of, like, gestured with them for a second and then, all right, there you go, and then walked away. And I probably still, to this day, have permanent foot damage as a consequence of that. Oh, that's a tough one, Damashi. Cyclone is worse, though, I think. I think FF2's Cyclone is worse than this game. Worse than this dungeon. Cyclone has a lot of other things going against it, including troll rooms, I might add. This dungeon's a lot more boring than Cyclone, and arguably longer, but... Possible, Savicon? If you're wondering why that led to permanent nerve damage, I went down a staircase. You know, the fast way. It's okay, this was like 2005, I'm a little over it, but... well, I mean, that's not true, I do still have nerve damage to this very day, but... So I guess I'm not over it in the strictest sense, but you get my point. Okay, so we did this. Now we should be here. Question mark. God, I hope there's like a left and a right and a straight. Otherwise, I'm actually lost at this point. I mean, we're still progressing. We're still going the right way. It's just my map is apparently wrong or useless. Take your pick. We're still in this dungeon. Running from everything. Blitzing through. Still in this dungeon. Avoiding mimics. Gotta avoid the mimics, very important. So, the compass is interesting. So I mentioned this earlier, and again, maybe this is just me and maybe I'm just a moron. One of the things the game does to try and make sure you don't get lost in dungeons is after you get out of combat, the camera swivels to where you were facing. Like that, right there. The interesting thing, though, is that it doesn't always do that consistently. Sometimes it partially swivels. Okay, this is where I want to be. Sometimes it doesn't fully, like, it'll swivel a different rotation, which is kind of disorienting. And sometimes it will literally swivel into the wrong direction. I suspect that has to do with whatever they were using to code the camera. Now, as for the compass helping, so the compass would help under a specific circumstance. So let's say we walk over here. We get this thing. We now have 35 Earth. So right now we're facing east, and now we're kind of rotating south. Hang on. So let's keep watching that compass. We're going southeast right now. Let's go further north. Let's go left. And we're in combat. Alright, so what direction are we facing? What direction were we facing before we got into combat? You see the problem? Now, You guessed it that time. Congratulations. Now do that for every single encounter in the entire game, in otherwise confusing areas when you're barely surviving against enemies that are overpowered. And you start to see why I don't think the compass really helps. I mean, it does help. I'm sorry, let me be more clear about my terminology. It obviously makes it less bad. But I don't think it makes it good. You know what I mean? It's something that if you happen to be paying attention and you are, on the ball with it, and you're not getting distracted from all the other crap going on, then yeah, no, it'll help you to figure out where you are and where you were going. I do also agree with Javan, the entire compass rotating is not a good move. I hate to do this, but we really need the elemental levels. We're actually a little bit behind on elemental levels, because I was mainly leveling staff. Still leveling staff. I could fight at this point. I could probably handle these enemies. But we are very close to the end of this dungeon, and I would very much not like to die at the last minute. So see, I think it's because of whether there's collision or not. I've noticed this is a big thing with cameras. Because when we're in a big open area like this, the camera has no real problem being like, oh, you were facing this way, right? Like it just did. But if we're in like a narrow corridor, it seems to have a lot harder time figuring out which way we were facing. Yeah, see? Alright, so that's that one. So let's get this one first, which should be... there? I think? No. We need to go up. Then, oh, yep, there it is, there it is. I see it. I saw it. I saw it. It's right there. And we now have the invincibility spell. I think. Double check that. We should have it. There it is, magic barrier. That's the one. So that's, hang on, so that's left? No. It's like up right or right up. We'll do right up. We're gonna go and get the other one because we're here anyways. And these mobs aren't as bad as the ones back in the actual cavern. Yeah, if the compass didn't vanish in combat, I could actually see that as not being a negative. I could see that as being a good thing. I really could. The fact that the compass kind of bounces in and bounces out is kind of problematic. I believe that actually plays for the ice dungeon later, Melkor. But don't quote me on that, I don't remember specifically. It's not like this game has very memorable music, other than the 2 songs you hear for 80% of the game. Which songs are those, you ask? Well, give me a few seconds and I'm sure I'll be able to regale you with one of them. There you go. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna be stupid. It's my melee. We're up to 40 melee damage, so we're doing okay on that front. Best song in the game? Okay, this sounds like a meme, but this is actually probably the best song in the game. If you actually get to listen to the whole thing, it's not bad. It's just, you know... I know, right, Damashi? Yeah, it's a decent combat song. It really is. It's probably one of the better aspects of the game. Let me look up a spell thing really quick, because I have a spell thing somewhere. Items, monsters. Oh my god, there's only like 20 monsters in the game. Holy crap. Here's our experience charts. Don't need that. Come on. Come on. There we go. Hang on. So this is why I was looking up the spells. Give me a moment. Okay, so Earth, yeah, we're actually done with Earth, for all intents and purposes. I mean, we could keep leveling Earth to do more damage, but we have the 2 Earth spells we want. And I'd kind of like to get to healing level 2. So let's go ahead and start leveling water. Start pushing that a bit. And back out. We're already back to it. We're not gonna mess with that. Did I put the music repeat? I think I did, as a negative. Oh yeah, I need to look up FF2 while we're on the subject. Did that long around here. Final Fantasy 2. Hang on. Looking at my reviews here. I was thinking about it. My own reviews are kind of like the legal system. I decide something, and then I build upon that something as we go forward. I guess a lot of things are like that, so that's not really saying much. Never mind. I take my statement back. Alright, here we go. Gameplay negatives. We are over halfway through this game, Mr. Red. Barely. Finishing this... Sorry, I should be more clear. Once we walk out of this dungeon, which will be pretty soon, we will be over the halfway part. I'm looking up what I gave for the leveling system in FF2. None of those hit me. See you around, Walker. Remember to do those Asgore lines. When you have time. Which is tomorrow. Sure. I can swing that. Just a reminder, Walker, I just want to make sure you're still on board. You do a really good Asgore. I'm really, really proud and really pleased with what you've done. I just want to make sure you're still on board and, you know, still cool to do it. I know you're cool in general. Hey, Ross. So what did you think of Pathfinder? Oh, well, what did you think of what I thought of Pathfinder? Did I put down what I thought of Pathfinder? I feel like I did. I don't remember what my Pathfinder rumination talked about, other than the fact that they mistreated Barkley because he's awesome. Oh, believe me, I know, Mr. Red. Painless but boring. Looks like I didn't actually give a negative for the leveling system in FF2, which makes sense. Because, yeah, it actually does make sense. Because the leveling system isn't really the problem in FF2. It's the problems connected to it. Which I did give negatives for. The power progression curve, the item, the lack of proper itemization, and the wonky difficulty curve, and yada yada yada, so... Wow, Estus Flakes. Let me guess, it has De Nouveau on it, because of course it does. Hacking in the 2nd grade? I don't know, Zach Taft. That might be a bit much. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see that, because, you know, hacking isn't really what most people think it is. Oh, sure, I guess I can buy that. Do I like this type of... I hate this type of leveling system. But there is a good way to implement it, and there's a bad way to implement it, and this is very much a bad way to implement it. So... Alright, hang on. Pull up a map here. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. That's hysterical, Plutonia. They left his, what do they call that? The point of audio or whatever that is on the other side of the thing. Oh, Barkley's amazing. He's one of my favorite Trek characters for a good reason. He's awesome. Why do you think Harkins pissed me off so much? Although, in fairness, even if it wasn't Barkley, I do think Harkins was being unreasonable. He was a classic example of an obstinate bureaucrat. Is there a spirit? There is a spirit here. Okay, I was gonna say, I feel like there's one. I kind of want to not miss any, so we can kind of speed this up as much as we can. Let's since we can't cheat. Or save state. Come on. I know it's here somewhere. Maybe? Excuse me. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Jackass. Not whoever thinks I'm talking about that. I'm talking about a character. There it is. Water. Well, they're competent, Gum Gum. They have to be to both get and keep their jobs. They also have to balance between looking at the big picture and looking at the small picture, which sucks. So it's kind of not a very fun job. Hello. So you are Brian. Your reputation grows with every victory. My name is Epona. You have the magic jewel, do you not? But only a true magician will be able to use it. It's true. The Eletail book has been stolen. 1,000 years ago, a great war... Okay. 1,000 years ago, a great war broke out over possession of the book, but no one knew the truth behind the book's power. No one must ever open the Eletail book. If its power is released, it will be the end of all we know. That is why the Eletail book must be recovered and returned to its safekeeping in the monastery. I thought we were going to save our dad. Starting from the stone circle in the innermost room, go to the Isle of Skye in Loch Kildare. There you will find the precious stone of the water spirit. Ask the sorceress Colleen to let you borrow it. You are past Blue Cave now. Did the crossing make you tired? There's not much you can do except to stop here for rest. Yes, let's do that. That is not the first time they've mentioned the book, but that's the first time we've had anything to do with it. I don't know what's going on with our dad at this point. I'm not sure we care. Hey, we're on a boat. Again. Hey, where'd you blow in from? It takes a plucky devil to sneak aboard my pirate ship. A magician, huh? These days the seas are strange. Waves as tall as most tossing ships, waves as tall as the mast, tossing ships around like corks. How are we pirates gonna make a living? We heard there's a sorceress who performs water magic over on the Isle of Skye. Since you are a magician, maybe you can help us get her to calm the sea. Welcome aboard. You can rest in the cabin till we make port. Okay. Yeah, no, stuff just happens. Like I said, the pacing is non-existent, and there is no connective tissue between events in this game. It's a little bit disorienting, in my opinion. Hey there, Shorty. If you want to lie down, then yeah. Let's do it. Yeah, you look like a PC. Could you help us, pirates? We need all the help we can get. I'm amazed you got aboard the pirate ship so easily. Our captain must have given you a pass. Otherwise, you'd be pushing up seaweed right about now. But if you're really a magician, maybe you can calm the seas so we can seek our next plunder. So, in the first town, our motive was to make travel safe. In our second, for people, for like the townsfolk. In our second town, we were trying to make travel safe for the people in town. In the third town, we're trying to make travel safe for the pirates. I'm not making that up. You literally can see the dialogue on the screen. So, let's go make the world a safer place for pirates. Yes, you did, Gum Gum. Sorry, No, they're not... Well, I mean, they did just threaten us with death, but... This game has too little characterization to know if they are pirates or pirates. I don't know. If they're pirates, it's fine, because, you know, the pirates are cool, but... I am the sorceress of Loch Kildare. I am another party member that is cut from the game. You must be from the monastery, so you can't be a friend of this greedy pirate. He makes me boil every time I see him. He blames me for the rough water in the lake. Says it was my fault that the water jewel was stolen. But the wretch who stole it is the one who riles the waves. They say she tossed the water jewel from the stone circle deep into the lake. Afraid my magic can't reach it. When you fight her, try to save your magic for healing. You will need it. That is an awful piece of advice for that fight. That is a terrible idea. Don't do that. Seems like the lake is riled up because a priceless treasure was stolen from it. That's not true. It's a fantastic gemstone filled with the power of water. What a weak sorceress she is. How can we believe the thief got to the lake bottom? Only a powerful magician could break the barrier and go that deep. Did you listen to anything you just said? Like, those were words in English, but I'm not sure something was just conveyed. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another negative to story. Thank you for reminding me. Dialogue. Not what I would call impressed with the dialogue in this game. Now, normally we would blame this kind of thing on translation. Reminder, this game came out in English first. The Japanese version of this game is actually translated from the English version. I think so. A pork chop. I'm not. Don't quote me 100% on that, but I can't think of a male party member off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm just going to tell you right now, the lamentation of this game is going to be me giving you a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff, a little personal story, and then just going down the list. You know what, Javan? That would make more sense than any other thing I've ever thought of. So, this dungeon. Oh yeah, we need to give a negative for the Blue Cavern. Now, FF6 scored lower than this one. So that's probably one of our worst games so far. Negative for the Blue Cavern, just by itself. Negative to the Blue Cave. Because screw all of that. I understand, Wolfouts. It's okay. I don't have to be afraid to label this a lamentation. So, Water Dungeon. You may have noticed the pace of events in this game has sort of sped up. And that's mostly because of the fact that, well, I feel like I've said this 17 times during this particular review, but the problems with the game get worse over time. And the game feels more and more rushed the further we get into it. That's the third boss. That's it. That was the third dungeon, which we just walked through. In fairness, the Blue Cave is probably the third dungeon. But you get my point. We're already at the third boss. Think about the first boss, and then think about the second boss, and then here we are at the third boss. Thank you very much, Pterodactyl. Pterodactyl, please. With a sub. Always appreciate. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. Jot that down. Now, that being said, I have a very strong memory of this woman, and hating her guts. I was actually stuck here for a decent period of time, despite having invuln. Oh yeah, and by the way, let's just get that out there. Mystic Quest is a better game than this. Bloodborne, you got it. Done. I've proven that. I've reviewed Mystic Quest at this point, so I can now say Mystic Quest is a better game. I wasn't sure until I reviewed it, but okay, so boss time. I don't believe it. How could a trifling little human like you get through my barrier so easily? I'm kind of curious, too. We're just kind of down here. There was no effort. We just walked here. Why have you come here? It must be to see me. I possess the water jewel, and it will make me queen of the world. Humans will throw themselves at my feet and beg for mercy. Oh, yes, you will, too. And boss fight. So we're going to walk up, and we're going to do, what do I say, right up. So there's the invuln. You can tell because we have a bubble on us. It really is just a straight-up invuln. And then we're going to smack her. This is the boss fight. You have now seen this boss fight. So sometimes your buffs run out at the end of your turn. That's always cute. Remember, random duration. Some really bad RNG, but that's okay. We've never had a game, well, we've never labeled a game Lamentation before, Ariane, put it that way. Whoops. So she stole the water jewel, and we're here to unsteal the water jewel. I don't know why I wasted my mana doing that. That was stupid. By the way, if you renew Magic Barrier, it doesn't actually renew the duration, because you're immune to your own buffs while you have Magic Barrier off. Think about that for a second. Heart-pounding excitement that you expect from the Lore Runner streams. That's right, I have a planet in the background that's from StarCraft 2, a much better game. I mean, okay, all seriousness, the idea of a buff mage actually sounds awesome to me. And there are a few video games that support that, like Guild Wars 1, which I mentioned earlier. Being able to just buff yourself to the hilt as a mage is a really cool idea, in my opinion. And I like when fiction pulls that, where it's like, you're a very talented mage, but then what you do is you give yourself strength, agility, and intelligence, and speed, and all this other stuff, and then you punch the crap out of your enemy. Actually, there's a good example of this right off the top of my head. Warcraft. Not in the gameplay, but in the setting, in the lore of the setting, the Ogre Magi of the Gorean Empire, that's their shtick. That's actually their whole thing, is the Gorean Elder Mages are buff mages. So they buff themselves to the hilt, and then they beat the crap out of whatever's in their way. And of course they're ogres, so that just kind of adds to that, but, you know, whatever. And I don't know, I just think there's a lot that can be done with that when it comes to game design. Oh, that's bad. That only lasted like 2 turns. That was kind of a risk because it could have run out right there. Where's my healing items? Please tell me I have more healing items. I kind of do. Yeah, I have a few. Okay. We're gonna have to pull a couple of these. That's okay. That's less okay. Hang on. Let's try to convince her to use different spells really quick while we recover for a second. There we go. That's a little easier. All right. And then our other 50. Me too. Pterodactyl, absolutely. Obviously, that doesn't quite work out that way in gameplay, but yeah, lore-wise, that's the logic. Same with monks, actually, too. Melee monks. As opposed to Healy monks or Casti, or excuse me, Tanky monks. Every miss sucks in this game, I swear. It's XCOM all over again. Hey, Faded Kirby, welcome to the incredibly epic combat of me versus Nepti. I mean, you have to have a lot of bureaucrats, Gupgun. That's how bureaucracy works. This is a video game, Jobbin? Are you sure? I'm not sure about that. I'm not. I'd like to roll to disbelieve that. Can you give me any evidence that this is in fact a video game? I thought I had one more. Crap. Yep, there it is. We'll use our last small heal. Dude, that sounds awesome to me, Disco. I'm the person who lobbied that warlocks should be able to tank in WoW. Which they actually could in Pandaria, but you get my point. Because I love that idea. I love that kind of concept. Listen, Malachor, the moment this game does something good, it'll be cool. We're pretty net negativing on mana, and that's pure RNG, by the way. As I mentioned earlier, because the buff lasts a random period of time. So we will probably have to item up after this one. I wish I knew what her health was. I'm gonna play it safe. I don't want to lose all this time. So back off. Stop that. What I should probably do is really start leveling my my mana, because my mana pool is not great right now. Because I've been mostly leveling everything else. Yeah, 3 turns, I think I mentioned this, 3 turns is average, and so that's, you know, good. Yeah, so it's pop 100 heal. I mean, there's no such thing as a non-bureaucratic empire come up. It doesn't exist. It doesn't work that way. Unless, yeah, that's not fair. That's not fair. Unless they have like a hive mind kind of a thing or something like that. That would avoid that. I mean, all you have to do is think about the person who has to take a message to, oh my god, we got her! Who has to take a message to someone in another province. And there you go, there's bureaucracy. Okay. 3rd boss down. I'm actually a little surprised we one-shot her. I really am. You'll notice the only reason we one-shot her is because I have been leveling the melee build this entire time. That's the only reason my staff is doing that much damage and why I have that kind of health and defense. So, make of that what you will. How we doing, anyways? Ugh, not great. Yeah, I also burned through several healing items. This frickin' game. Bureaucracy is how stuff gets done, Blue of Alex, so, I mean, the idea of a non-bureaucratic organization of any kind is a fallacy, because by virtue of being an organization, it's going to have bureaucracy, right? Like, that's why I'm kind of eyebrow-raisy. An empire of tribals isn't an empire. It's a bunch of tribals who all call themselves part of a group, but they're not. So it's a bunch of tribals. Oh, yeah. I think a second negative for boss design is warranted. I'm saying that knowing the worst bosses we're not at yet. But what I kind of want to do is give two negatives to boss design in general, and then think about individual negatives for some of the upcoming bosses. You can argue me down on that. I'll put it in as a potential. We might get rid of it and just give a second negative for the upcoming bosses. Where's my boss negative? Do I not have a boss negative? Oh my god, I haven't given a negative to bosses? No, there it is, Negative 24. I see it. Okay. Woo. So, Mr. Red, I should let you know something. This is especially for you, Mr. Red. You ready for this? You occasionally are like, you know, Lore, I want you to play this boring, slow, terrible game. And I'm like, no. And you say, but it'd be funny. I would like to give you tangible evidence. I like to show my work for why I tend to say that sort of thing. So I submit to you why I tend to say that sort of thing. So, broke through the barrier and recovered the water jewel. You're no average magician. I think I can entrust the jewel to you for safekeeping. Don't you need that for the lake? It's okay, the wind people needed their jewel, and the earth people needed their jewel. They just give them to me for no reason. Don't lose it. I have guarded the water jewel for generations in hopes of one day handling it over to a great magician. How old are you? I hope you are the one. Take it now and get this pirate out of my sight. So, that's the water jewel. I bet I could fetch a fancy prize. A pirate would love to get his hands on it, but the sorcerer would get angry with me. Oh yeah, it'd be real fun to tease the sorcerers. Maybe I might take it just to see your face turn red. You are a moron. I have yet to think of a positive, no. And now we're here. You obtained the water jewel. The truth is, that gem is not all it seems. Shut inside is the power of the Eletail book. That means if you're not worthy, overwhelming forces will be released. But if you use your strength correctly, you can triumph over all. It is up to you, Master Brian. Hey, she said her name! Holy crap, that's a third character who says her name. You were the spirit's chosen one from the time you picked up the crystal. I would not have wished for such a thing upon one so young. Whoops, I didn't mean to skip out of it, but whatever. So I'm going to be real. I don't actually know where to go from here off the top of my head, so I'm going to pull up a walkthrough and see what I'm supposed to do next. Okay, so... Brian's elements should be around 75 for this battle. The battle we just did. My highest element is 36. Damn. Oh yeah, that boss is weak to fire, which we've already talked about that problem. Okay. Well, hang on. Let's save, because we haven't saved in quite a while. Yes, yeah, thank you, Javin. Slow games are not the issue. Sloggy games are the issue. There's nothing wrong with a game that you just kind of take your time and chill and have... Do you remember... I don't think you were there for this, Javin, but some of you probably remember when we were streaming the Isle of Armor DLC for Pokemon Sword and Shield. And I'm bringing that up on purpose, because what we did for, like, 2 days... was we just kind of slow-moded and took our time, wandering around, exploring, catching Pokemon. It was a lot of fun. And that makes my point for me, you know what I mean? There is a difference between a slow game and a sloggy game. Yeah, Breath of the Wild, another perfect example of that. Thank you, Silly Idea, very much for that sub. If you happen to know where you want to put that, please let me know, and it shall be so. Honestly, we could probably come up with quite a few examples of games that are slow, and that's fine. You know, that's a good thing. No rush, Silly Idea. Just let me know. You've got 2 hours. There's your time limit. Where am I going? Question mark. Nope, wrong place. Wrong place. It's the other side. Bobby. I don't know if I took my time with that one, Pillars of Snow, but, you know. You have anything new to say, Shannon? Nope. Cool. Mega Man Zero. Okay, so that's not a game that needs funding. That's a game that is funded and is happening, probably in a few weeks here. Could someone do me a favor and please link Silly Ideas, the list, as opposed to the queue, please? How keen am I on the new KOTOR remake? I'm not. Because we don't know anything. And that's the reason. I want to be very clear about that. We know effectively nothing of substance about the KOTOR remake. So, I'll let you know what I think about it when we actually know something. And yeah, as I've pointed out, God, I still can't go this way. As I've pointed out many times, there is a difference between grinding and leveling. Leveling is fun. It's enjoyable. Grinding is not. And nobody in chat? Alright, hang on. I'll type the command myself. As a reminder, to pull up the list, you can do this. And there's the list. Okay, there she is. Yeah, no problem, Siledia. I know I kind of have a weird method of doing things. I apologize. My task is to protect you as you travel, but your quest is so difficult that our weak powers may not be enough to help you. Yes, please join my party. Can I have a party? No? No? Okay. So, alright, how do I progress? Alright, those of you paying attention to this game, where do you think I should go next? This is funny. Prototype! That I can do. You got it. I like the name, by the way. Silly idea, not Prototype. I mean, Prototype is an acceptable name, I guess. Listen, all I'm saying is that I'm gonna have a party of all females, and it'll be awesome. There'll be no sex involved, it'll just be cool. I guess I should save before I go do this. That's the one, gentlemen. So the only thing that determines how much it needs is how long it is, silly idea. As I like to say, I charge by the hour. So shorter game requires less, longer game requires more. We didn't used to do that, and then the list got so the queue got so backed up that we still haven't caught up with it to this very day, and we're still trying to do that. So now we charge by the hour, so the queue doesn't get wildly out of hand and lead to just nonsense and games never getting played and me being incredibly stressed. The Carnage game we never got. I like that. I like that. So we probably should... Let me look up a formula for this game real quick. Let me pull up, because I've still got the speedrun calculator up here. Let's look up how exactly Lana raises. Oh, I didn't know. So we can also gain MP by successfully hitting an enemy with a spell. That's interesting, because one of the spells we have that hits people multiple times is this one. That means, in addition to being the best offensive spell in the game, It's also the best leveling spell in the game. That's kind of funny. So who votes for the commissioners, though? So there's this one spell that's ridiculously overpowered, and then there's every other spell in the game. And once again, it doesn't really matter how much damage you do, just that you hit. Yeah, it's funny, John, and you see the logic, but as usual, logic has, you have to test it in practice, in functional actuality, instead of just being like, oh yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. But you... Yes, exactly, Dr. Winter. You have two spells in your arsenal, Ultima and Spork. And it just summons a Spork. You don't even attack the enemy with it, it just summons a Spork. Here, let's do Rock Shower. That should do a little less damage. There we go. Also more guaranteed to hit people. And then yeah, exactly, the final boss is just weak to Spork, because of course it would be, right? Hey, Tyron. Yeah, we codified a couple here. In fairness, I don't think we're going to have too many more negatives. We'll probably have a couple of boss negatives, and at least one dungeon negative that I'm almost guaranteed to give. And that might be it. Going forwards, we'll see. We'll see. I want to go this way, it looks like. Is he still doing stuff, Aria? Well, okay, Mr. Red, if you decide it's funny, then you're wrong. You must be terminated immediately. Although, congratulations on successfully watching a Twitch clip. What the hell is Twitch doing? That's an interesting way to answer that statement, Ariant. So, I've said it before, I can't think of any positives to gameplay or story for this game. Now, my memory isn't perfect, and Lord knows my opinion has changed going back through... Damn it, Ross. Lord knows my opinion has changed going back through games several times. So, we'll see if this game manages to earn a positive throughout the course of its existence. Thank you, Shikor, very much. As always, and as ever, appreciate. I'll put that towards XCOM... Well, what I mentally think of as XCOM 1, but I know what you mean. I will write down XCOM 1, because I will know what that means. Yep. It's over here. There it is. And, ignore the camera just clipping through the wall. Okay. It's about to hull anchor. The wind feels just right. We'll be in Limeland in no time. Which is not how they spelled that city name earlier, but that's okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're there. I think. Let's actually double check the map here. Yep, we're exactly where we want to be. Okay, cool. I gotta write down that sub really quick. Shikor for XCOM. Yeah, Anthem actually had gameplay positives. It's arguably a worse game. It is. But we'll see how this one reviews on the golden score. Now, hang on a second. So, blah, 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 blah. I don't either, Harant. Especially since he doesn't swear naturally. If you're going to swear a lot, there needs to be a flow to it. It needs to sound like normal speech. Some people can't do that, including me, by the way. But, of course, I don't swear. And so it comes across as sounding artificial. And this contributes to certain fiction, especially shows have a problem with this, where they'll sound like they're trying to be edgy because they sound like they're artificially pausing their speech to cuss, you know? Looks like we want to go to the city first. Oh, yes, this is the volcano. Yeah, yeah. Okay, this should be fun. Can anyone right now, pop quiz, what is going to be the strategy for the fire boss? Can anyone tell me? Come on. We could use water pillars. He is actually weak to water. Depends on how much we level our mana by then, I suppose. But no, the strategy for the fire boss is going to be becoming invincible and then smacking him in the face to get our mana back. No, silly idea. Well, I mean, technically yes. So let me answer your question directly. In order for something to be added to the list, all I require is that money is put towards it. That is the requirement. Let's do that really quick. So, for example, if someone in chat is like, hey, it'd be really cool if you played... What's a really terrible game? Phantom Menace on the PS1. You're funny, aren't you? Then I would say no, because... in my experience, and I don't want to sound harsh about this, but in my experience, people will think differently and prefer differently if they have to actually put money towards a thing, right? Like, people will just come up with all sorts of ideas if they could just do that. But if they have to say, well, I don't know, I've got my 1 sub a month, and I don't want to put that towards something I actually want. And so it tends to be more representative on what people actually want me to stream. Now, I feel like I streamed Darkness already. Can someone help me out with that? I feel like we already ran through that game. Exactly, Plutonia. I mean, you could say it would be cool if you stream such and such, but unless someone puts money towards it, it's not actually getting added to the list. That happened Sunday. I think Deathloop and FF4 Remaster were both added because people were talking about it in chat, and then someone else donated and actually added it to the list. Yeah, I think I did an exploration on that. Hang on, let me pull up my YouTube super quick here. Hey, DeQuack, what's going on? Let's see here. Let's do it this way, it's probably easier. Yeah, see, that's what I'm not sure about. I'm not sure which Darkness game that was. That's why I want to check. So this was... It was the Darkness 2 that I played. Okay, that's what I thought. Which was a surprisingly fun game. So it looks like the Darkness 1 is on Xbox 360, which I don't own. It's also on the PS3, so it looks like the only way I could play that is if I could get a hold of a PS3 copy. So that would be the limiter there, is being able to get a hold of a copy of that on the PS3. So I don't know if it's on the PSN, for example. That would make that easy. Otherwise, I'd have to hit up Amazon. I'm actually pretty excited about Cyber Shadow myself. Where am I? Nope, I'm in the right place. Yep, I'm still going the right way. I'm going to go and admit something, and once again, you can make fun of me for this, but one of the biggest reasons I get so lost in this game, and have to periodically check the map, is because I tend to orient myself, even in real life, based on landmarks. There aren't really any landmarks in this game, you know? Like, thank you for checking, Blue Felix. Even in a game that, you know, has similar style of graphics or similar textures, there's usually like, okay, there's this one thing that's over there, and because I know that one thing is over there and only there, I can use that to anchor myself, and that's what I use to navigate, right? I mean, to use an obvious example about this is one of the reasons why you can always see the ship in Subnautica from anywhere surface level in the water, so you can always tell where you are relative to the ship as long as you're above water. So it's an anchor, right? There's no anchors in this game. Now, part of that's because of the size of the game and because of the limitations of the hardware and whatnot. But, to use the obvious contrast, Ocarina of Time, Hyrule Field, has very obvious landmarks that you can see from anywhere in Hyrule Field. Like, you can always see where Death Mountain is. You can usually see where actually the Hyrule Castle is. I just noticed this is hurting like hell. Wow! Holy crap, I did not see how much that was hurting. Oh yeah, in Dark Souls 1, Anor Lando, which I'm probably pronouncing incredibly wrong, is another good example of what I'm talking about. That's a good question, Gum Gum. I haven't decided, though. Hasn't really come up. I have Exit now. And I can barely heal. Yes, it literally was a pork chop. That's part of why I didn't notice. I was just kind of spacing out talking about landmarks. And then it's like, hey, I noticed I was at like 30 health. And then it hit me for 28. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's cool. Nothing. Plutonian, don't mind me. Okay. Hang on. Let's see if we can see any... Oh yeah, there's this whole implication that all the elements come from spirits. That's not even in the Japanese version, though. It's just like, you know, all the elements come from spirits. Okay, and that's the extent of the lore there. So there's your lore run on Quest 64. All of the elemental power comes from spirits. No, of course not. The Vulcans have a lot going for them and against them, other than just logic. Well, I don't want to alarm you, Plutonia, but look out! Oh god, yeah, I vibed that one, Plutonia. Yeah, they're spirits, silly idea. I don't know who they are, or what they are, or why they function, or why they care, but... There's apparently spirits. We'll never see them, or talk with them, or interact with them, or see anything about them whatsoever. But they're apparently there. I have to say apparently, because all I have to go off of is some NPCs randomly saying that. So the lore on his tuft of hair. The spirits are very particular about the kind of people they will interact with. They have strict hair requirements. If you're bald, or if you're blonde, or if you don't have a giant tuft of hair at the top of your head, you are right out, and they want nothing to do with you. Now, there's a caveat. If you manage to get some, like, wax, and wax up your hair, and then it just kind of hold it there until it solidifies, you can trick the spirits. And in so doing, you can have ultimate power. Now, this sounds like I'm just making this up and making a joke, and that's because I am. But I want you to remember that later on, the single most powerful mage in the game who isn't us has a giant mohawk with his hair going straight up in the air. I'm not making that up. So, welcome to the worst town of the game. The old abandoned mine shaft is far up the mountain out of Limmelin. There's a rumor of a new digging in the ruins they found at the bottom of the mine shaft. Just the other day, a man who looked very much like you came to our town. He was questioning all the townspeople, looking for a sacred book of some sort. He was heading towards Highland when he left. Wonder if he got past the old mine shaft safely. Oh yeah, by the way, technically our dad is right ahead of us the whole journey, which just makes it even funnier when we find him. Nothing is better than Strago's mohawk, Damashi. Yeah, I bet Deathloop's a good game. I wonder if they'll get rid of Denuvo by the time, you know, I get around to playing it. Or I'll just, you know, get a hacked version. Another stranger. You better stay where it's safe. The mountain road at night is no place for you. Yeah, thanks. Hello again, if you should... Okay, yep, so there's the hero's drink person. Excuse me. Our fiefdom owes its prosperity to a great nobleman named Hosen Schreiker. Our present queen, Deanna, rules the castle. Oh my god, Troy! I mean, she is literally royalty, so... okay, yeah. Hey, this is a tavern, you know. We have completely run out of root beer and bread, so why don't you skedaddle? Okay. I'll leave as soon as I figure out where the door is. Yep, plus for story. Troy! Oh god, where the hell am I? I am turned around. Okay, so there's that wall. So I need to go this way. There we go. Talk to rich dude here. Heard the rumor about Fargo? He's the villain who tried to take over our town. He made a threat to burn the homes of any who dared to stand against him. Our great Lord Schreiker captured him and put him in the tower. But after Lord Schreiker's mysterious death, Fargo made good his escape, and it's only a matter of time before he returns to threaten us again. So that's something that in the Japanese version is something that Shannon is part of, because Shannon murdered him so that Fargo could get loose, so that we could fight Fargo, so that we could get stronger. You know, a little bit of actual development of the story as opposed to this. Who killed Fargo in this version? Oh. My last visitor told me there's a phantom city in the Dries. I wonder if it's true. Man, I wouldn't want to go to the Dries. Of course, I wouldn't want to go to the Wets either. That does both sound not particularly fun. Yes, Lord Schreiker and Deanna. I gotta be 100% honest. That might be deliberate. Remember, this game was in English first. The damps? That just sounds gross if you think about it. It's like saying the moists. That's just... that doesn't vibe right. There we go. Sorry, I was having trouble hitting that for some reason. Okay, so real talk for a second. I'm just glad my N64 controller still works, because I only have the one. I mean, I could probably buy another one, and I was going to if I had to, but this is my N64 controller. Singular. Anyways, thank you for checking, Blue Felix. That sucks. I'm going to have to see if I can get an Amazon copy then at that point. Hey, have you heard Fargo has escaped? They say he's a murderer. Aren't you scared? I mean, that boss fight does suck. Hey, you know what? There was a murderer locked up in the tower jail outside the city. They say he uses fire magic on anyone who gets in his way. Notice they haven't even mentioned that he stole the fire crystal. He has, but they don't even mention it. Any other ones? Let's see. In exile. Oh my god, Arian. Okay, so, moving on. I'll give them credit. This is, I believe, the second town in the entire game where it looks like actual effort was made to make it look like a town. It's really small, but, you know, I'm not going to ding them for that. Hardware, times, etc. It's not a positive. I'm assuming there are such a thing, Blue of Alex, and you're not just saying that as a joke. There it is. I knew there was one in here. Yeah, actually different trees, proper use. So, this is actually kind of cool. They stretched out the flower thing to make it look like it's a flower bed instead of just the one flower tile. Just little stuff like that. Do I like the tendency for writers to lean on tropes of main characters being secret aristocrats or nobles? Do I like that trope? Or do I like writers leaning on it? No, but I don't dislike it either. There are certain tropes that bug me or that I rather enjoy, but I think that one's just kind of for me. I mean, so real talk, I'm literally holding my controller like this when I'm just playing right now. I don't know if you can really see the angle Here, let me give you something black to show it. This is the angle at which I'm holding this controller at. Is just I'm doing that. Because that is by far the easiest way. Because I need to be able to hit all 6 of these buttons with one thumb. And then this just has to hit this one button and the analog, so it's just easiest to do this weird 45-degree thing. There was another one. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, John. And some are much easier to screw up. And I will admit, and I will always own up to this, there are some tropes that just bother me, like the 10,000 year trope, which I can't stand. Although it's not actually the 10,000 year trope, it's the Doctor Who trope. It's the lack of scale. You know, something being 10,000 years ago, or 10 billion galaxies large, or whatever, it bugs me the same. Because it's just a lack of scale. Or perhaps I'm saying that wrong. A lack of understanding of scale would be a better way to phrase it. So we've got about an hour and a half left. Do you think I can beat the fire dungeon before the end of the day? Because if I do, I'll be doing pretty well. That means we'll probably beat the game tomorrow. We just have the 2 worst dungeons in the game left if we beat the fire dungeon today. Yes, it did, Gum Gum. Didn't work out well. My grandfather oversaw the mines. He found the ruins at the end of Barragoon Tunnel, but I'm afraid that when he disturbed the ruins, it released the monsters that plague us today. We tried to seal the mine shaft, but it didn't have much effect. You'd better keep away. Well, okay. I love how much I have to run into a wall to finally figure out that I have to open it. And by wall, I mean door. Open the door! Oh my god, is this... There we go, there we go. I can't imagine how Fargo escaped from his jail cell. I just hope something terrible doesn't happen. It'll be fine. What are you so worried about? That is a weird thought, Mr. Red. Because it feels like it's been a lifetime. I have finished 2 large-scale major projects since we played Drakengard. I'm working on a 3rd, and a 4th, and a 5th. It's fine, Joven. Just because he's a murderer and an arsonist doesn't mean... Yes, the next theater is one of the other things that is one of those major projects, which is approaching completion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait to see if we get most of our roles filled out, other than the 2 big major roles, which I'm kind of waiting on. Now, both people who I'm waiting on have real-life stuff going on, but I already have backup cast for both roles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a little bit more time and wait until we've gotten everything else that is major filled. And once everything that's not major or like tiny one-off roles is filled, I'm going to go ahead and recast at that point. So that's their deadline, effectively. This is Limlin Castle. Really? The home of Queen Diana, the greatest monarch. Queen Diana in all of Seltland. I mean... Is she from Ireland? I know she's from somewhere in the UK, but I don't remember where from. Marina Sirtis, I mean. Yes, we're doing a Quest 64 theater. Obviously, we'll have to have over 100 separate voice actors to voice all the unique characters in this game. And every voice actor will get 1 line. Except for the woman who plays Shannon, who gets like 12. There's nothing in any of these rooms. No chests, no spirits, no worthwhile NPCs. I've backtracked. Did I hit this one yet? Okay. That would be such a nightmare to return. A few people have suggested Suikoden. I'm much more hesitant on that. That might be more of a down the line when we have more tools and resources kind of a deal. Because there's a few theaters I'd like to do that I'm just kind of mentally pushing back because of how much more work it'll be. Like, FF9 Theater was a lot of work, but it was doable. You know what I mean? Some other games are... You're the Master Apprentice? Please stop calling me that. I can't believe it. I didn't expect to see a mere child. Oh, excuse me. You suck, and I hate you. Oh, excuse my rude manners. Ah, you must be the Master Apprentice from Melroad Monastery. Somehow I expected someone of greater stature. Nevertheless, the Queen is expecting you. Alright, if this woman looks anything like Troy, they're not great, the pork chop. Even earlier N64 games than this have better doodad placement. And, I hate to pull out the big example, but Ocarina of Time has substantially better doodad placement than this game. So does Majora's, for that matter. You're not much older than I am. My mother was expecting a great warrior. I bet I'm a better sword fighter. You probably are, because I wield a staff. Do you know what a sword is, kid? Have you seen a sword before in your life? Okay, fair, Will Alex. Not that I'm aware of, Gumgum. I mean, why would they apologize? They'll just do it. No, I'm kidding. I get your point, and the answer is no. We do have a pointy end of our staff. We were talking earlier about Doom, right? Like a killing animation with the staff. Jab it in their head and Camera. I feel like there's one in here too. I might be wrong. Let's see if I can avoid the Queen there for a second. Hey, Queenie, give me a second. I'm looking for if there's any spirits in your throne room. I mean, Agate was a dick. Whether it was justifiable or not I'm not sure I can judge that off the top of my head, but yeah. You have perhaps learned about Fargo already. It won't do to let such a dreadful villain roam about freely. But with the little power we have, yes, we know all too well about the monsters guarding the abandoned mine. Try not to get too close to Fargo and don't stay in one place for too long. That's terrible advice. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you. It said you possess incredible magical powers, especially for someone so young. Yeah, I can become invincible and beat you to death with my staff. You want to start some? I'm just saying. Alright, let's talk to the Queen here. Ah, she doesn't look like Troy. Oh. Welcome to the land of Carmog, Master Apprentice. Princess Flora of Dondoran sent a letter singing the praises of your magical talents. Have you really come to save us from the fire starter, Fargo? Or are you more interested in finding your father? Oh my god, they mentioned our father. No matter, Fargo stands between you and your quest, and he cannot be avoided. Yes, that is absolutely a true statement. That is the truth. What? Fresh reminder. I'm playing on original hardware here. Oh my god, where the hell is this? Where am I? Where am I? Okay, I'm not that far back. I mean, I did lose some. That's not a good sign. How you feeling? Doesn't feel too hot. Vent's still open. I actually freshly cleaned this sucker out just before this. Just gonna wait a moment. Just gonna chill. I love this. The whole reason I decided to play on original hardware was to avoid tech issues that emulators have. By the way, there is a known tech issue for this game, an emulation. It's a text issue, which isn't the end of the world, but I just thought I'd point that out just to justify why I was playing this on the console. I mean, this is my original N64 console. This console is 24 years old? Something like that. Let's do this. I don't think it's overheating, but in case it is, this will help. So let's do this. Ah, give me a moment. We turned against God by playing Quest 64. You'll notice the first thing I did was make sure our save was there. I was gonna be beyond pissed if the last, what was it, 7 hours? About? Looks like 6.5 hours of game time was just nuked. It's not like this is a short game. I mean, it's kind of a short game, but I gotta be honest, if we lose this save, I'm just gonna risk the emulator and cheat my balls off. Alright, what do we got? Let's check this. Oh, we're okay there. I'm not even sure what cheats exist for this game, to be completely honest. I haven't looked into it. For obvious reasons. I mean, if the console's going out, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. You know, my NES still worked as of a few years ago. That's about as much as I can ask for from a console that's in the 30 years old range. Save is still untouched. That is good. That would be funny. It would be awful, but it would be funny. Alright, so I know where I am. I know where I'm going. Last time it reset very quickly. Like, we didn't make it that far. So I reseated the game, pulled it up. It's now in the air, so it can aerate better and cool off better. Let's see if that helps any. There's no winning. It's a no-win scenario. Stuff like this, by the way, and I don't mean this in a negative light. I'm trying to explain myself a little bit. Stuff like this is one of the reasons why I tend to hesitate about streaming games within a certain range, which this game does fall within. That's kind of what I was just thinking about, Blue Alex. This is yet another reason why I'm in favor of ports. Even if it's just a port, as long as it's a decent port, you know, as long as it's not garbage, I'm in favor of ports because I have this issue. If I want to stream FF7 right now, I've got options. I could pull it up on the PC, on the Switch, on my PlayStation. I could hook my PSP up to my computer if I wanted to. I could emulate it on the PSP, emulate it on the PS1, or hook up my PS1 version. I got all the options there because of ports. You know what I mean? And that's obviously relevant for me and my job, because streaming. But it's also relevant just for playing it, too. Because obviously, while streaming is kind of a motivator here, if I just, for some reason, wanted to play Quest 64, I would have to run that risk of emulation issues or N64 issues. You know? So, Javan says, do I want a modern port of this game? You know what? As weird as this may sound, Javan, the answer to that question is yes. And you know why. You understand why. I don't have to explain myself on this. I can't even remember how many levels we just lost. What did we do in town? Was there any spirits we got in town? I'm trying to remember what we've done since we got into the city. I don't think we did much. We did, so there's one in the courtyard we need to go get, and there's two we need to get in the castle. I don't think we actually have to talk to Queen Deanna. Ooh. Oh, we're gonna chill here for a second. Because they shouldn't be hitting us much, and they're not. Perfect. In fact, let's just do that. Thank you, a pork chop, very much. Ever and always appreciate. Thank you. Now, it looks like you're still deciding which one to put that towards, but when you decide, please let me know. Yeah, I've heard not good things about the Blue Phalanx, which sucks, because I already own them on PC, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a test to see if any fans have made a feasibility patch, you know? Just to clear that headache away. And if they haven't, whatever. Absolutely a pork chop. Give me a moment. We'll do our one-handed typing just for you. Pork. Underscore. No, pork, not poral. What's a poral chop? Pork chop. And that was 5 subs. So 4. Jedi. Ooh, the Jedi. He's a Jedi. There we go. Perfect. Jedi Knight. Thank you again very much. Hit me more. I'm going to give it a melee. They tend to hit me more with melee. What's wrong with That's... Got it. That sucks. But I've had to deal with that before. In fact, KOTOR had that exact same problem. KOTOR really doesn't like alt tabbing for me. Worst grinding experience I've ever had? I mean, that's an MMO. So hang on, let me think of a non-MMO example. Final Fantasy X. No, see, Earthbound was me getting stuck. Like you say, getting stuck in Magic Hand and being screwed. And that is, if I'm being honest, mostly my fault. But Final Fantasy X, yeah, I have the GOG version, I don't know if it matters in that case. Final Fantasy X is ludicrously grindy for its post-game and end-game stuff. And, yeah. I did beat Unalesca without cheating. I'm still proud of that, honestly. Especially since we were kind of underleveled at the time. But what I'm talking about is the arena. The arena in FF10 is so many... It's layers of grind, because you have to go out and grind the enemies to put in the arena to be able to fight the mega bosses, and then you have to go grind the mega bosses to grind up for the even more mega bosses. And then there's the actual super optional boss, whose name I suddenly can't even think of. Penance, that's it. Who is an hour-long fight, even if you know what you're doing. And it's not an engaging fight, it's just you have to follow this pattern for an hour, because he's got 1 trillion HP. Or you spend the money and just kill him with Yojimbo. So yeah, no, FF10 is probably the grindiest non-MMO I've ever played. Optional, but still grindy. MMO-wise, well, I maxed out my Furbog reputation in WoW Vanilla. The Timber Maw. Correct, Ventures. That was pretty grindy. Don't ask me why I did it. Because I don't have an answer for you. I really don't. I guess it was because I was pushing reputation stuff. And so I liked having all the reputations maxed. Because it was the one thing that was my thing. Like, I wasn't PvP focused. I fell out of the raid group I was in at the time. But there were so there's two things I really pushed for completioning back in WoW. Back in the older days in WoW. And that would be reputations and dungeon achievements, which didn't start being a thing till Wrath, but whatever. And that held true all the way up till Legion. I don't even know what the achievements are in BFA, and I don't care. This should be a really large chunk of both HP and defense X. I'm gonna be really upset if the game restarts on me in a minute here. Oh, I know, Arspruce. Remember, I actually have grinded in Drakengard 1 to get the final ending. So, been there. So I never actually did that silly idea. I never went for 100% in Crisis Core. So I don't have a personal experience on the matter. I do remember Crisis Core being pretty grindy, and that's actually why I stopped, as I mapped out what it would take, and I was like, okay, I'm not doing this. By that point in my life, you know, I was out of college, I already had a full-time job, and sitting around grinding in Crisis Core was not a high priority for me. That being said, I will always, so to use my word terminology very specifically, silly idea, I always try to distinguish between grinding and leveling. Leveling is the process of increasing your levels or whatever, right? Grinding is bad. The way I utilize that word, grinding, is always a negative. And I make that point very clearly. There we go. Still don't know where the inn is around here. So in other words, if you enjoy doing it, then it's not grind. There's Shannon. We actually didn't talk to her last time. This is a grand city, don't you think? But isn't it strange? People build a metropolis to last 1,000 years, but a human lifetime is just a passing thought. Yeah, thanks. Did you find that in a fortune cookie or something? Like, Blue if Alex brought this up earlier, and I agreed. There are certain games that I actually enjoy leveling in. And I say leveling, it could be progression in whatever format it is. Maybe I enjoy crafting, maybe I enjoy materia in FF7, for example. Or melding abilities in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. You know, that's enjoyable for me, I like that. But by virtue of being enjoyable, it's no longer grind. Because, yeah, the definition of grind is when you don't enjoy it. At least how I define it. Okay, so let's talk to the Queen, and she's gonna be like, oh my gosh. I don't even know if we have to talk to her, but let's just be safe. I don't remember there being any items in here, so we can just go straight to her. And then some games, leveling is absolutely monotonous, and that's when it enters grind territory. Looking at you, FF14. Anyways. Queenie. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now, we have to figure out where the mine is. I actually don't remember where the mine is. Oh, no, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I think. Correct, Doom Rider. I've actually spoken about that exact comment several times. In FF14, the initial time through is a reasonable leveling pace. I think it can be improved, but it's still a reasonable pace, and I wouldn't ding it for that. Leveling alts sucks in FF14, in my opinion. I know that's not an opinion everyone shares. I know at least one person who disagrees with me on that, but I stand by that opinion firmly. And yeah, as Blue Wolf Alex points out, by definition, grind is dependent on the individual. Something I may enjoy, you may not, and vice versa. Like, for example, I don't enjoy standing around letting those rabbits beat on me, or the blood jellies beat on me for hours on end. But someone out there may enjoy just being like, hear that damage effect. And there's probably someone in the world who enjoys doing this. I don't know who, but I'm sure there's someone who enjoys doing that. Yeah, you can't even start Bozja until 71, though. Zelda's Lobong. Which, by the way, in my opinion, is a terrible idea. You should have access to Bozja, like, the moment you have your job. You get the little soul thing, I think that would be when you should get access to that. And I have a lot of reasons for thinking that, because not only would it give you another method of leveling, but it would also give you a way to learn your class better. Because roulettes do not teach you your class. They kind of do the opposite, especially if you're a black mage. Yeah, exactly, Doom Rider. It is a bit of a sink or swim thing, but you do have the option to learn your class because you have all the features of your class available to you. Whereas in a roulette situation, you're doing roulettes that are level 50, or level 60, or level 30, or level 18. You don't learn your class. Good God, that took a minute, didn't it? Alright, so let's hit with some spells here. There we go. Because we kind of do need to raise our MP. We really do. Exactly, Doom Rider. And of course, what's the most lucrative roulette? The MSQQ, which locks you at 50, where most of the classes arguably aren't even the class they will become at that level. Like, they don't even have the actual class features, never mind abilities. Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention how much it locks you in for, because why would you want to skip cutscenes in an MMO? What's wrong with you? No, Venters. Honestly, I think it makes it less good. And I mean that. So I told this story earlier, Gernok, but so this was advertised in Nintendo Power, which was the first way I became aware of this game. But it was also pretty well advertised at my local Best Buy, which is where I bought games at the time. So I was like, okay, yeah, sure. And then like, oh, it's an RPG, and I love RPGs, right? I've loved RPGs since Final Fantasy IV. So I'm like, yeah, sweet, I can't wait to play this RPG on the N64. It's going to be in 3D. And I already did this earlier, but if you look on the back of the box, good night, Damashi, get some good rest. It says right here, more than 100 unique characters. Wow, look at that. 100 characters, that's got to be awesome. I just noticed that the pictures on the back of this art, at least one of them, is from a beta version of this game, which is not uncommon, but that's funny to me. Like, there's actually the woman who was supposed to join your party is there, and she's in a different outfit and everything. That's funny. Anyways. Shannon's character traits are that she's not human. Spoilers. And... she thinks humans are fascinating? Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. There you go. 2 character traits. Do we fight Shannon? We were supposed to. Nope. Spoilers. I mean, that depends on if they would elect him or not, Gum Gum, which I admittedly have no idea on. I doubt he'd join the military, so it would be an entirely elected official type position. Let's get a little more experience while we're here. We could use it. There we go. Yeah, she got 2 whole character traits, silly idea. As I've said before, there is 1 character in this whole game, and it is her. Everyone else has 0 character traits. Unless you count being evil as a character trait. In which case, there are actually quite a few characters in this game. All of them whose characterization is, they're evil. Anybody ever watch Pitch Meeting? It's, well, it's a feature on a YouTube channel. It's the only good thing about Screen Rant. Beat me up like you mean it. Yeah, no kidding, Shikor. He did one about the social algorithm, which was a bit of a Dilbert effect for me. Anyways, he was doing a pitch meeting on Thor 3, Thor Ragnarok. And so you know, screenwriter guy's like, all right, so we've got the villain, it's Hela, the goddess of death. And so the producer guy says, okay, one of the biggest complaints we tend to have about our movies, Marvel movies, is that our villains are always one-dimensional and don't really have much to them. So we really need to flesh out the character. And he's like, all right, no problem, I got your thing. So check this out, you're gonna like this. Hela is evil. Producer guy's like, oh, I like that. I mean, one-dimensional villains can work, but best implementation of this system, Porkchop? I actually said this earlier, but I'll repeat myself. Asheron's Call. Now, I'll explain that, since, you know, I said it earlier and you probably weren't here for that. In Asheron's Call, you use it, you level it, but everything you do also gives you pool experience. So you just gain experience that goes into a pool, and you can distribute that experience however you want to. So you could level yourself entirely on getting smacked in the face, for example, but you still get a bunch of experience which you could spend on hitting, or casting, or whatever, right? That's yours to distribute as you see fit. And I think that's the best way, whoops, we're out of mana, to do something like that, in my opinion. Yeah, Charm, which is basically a form of atmosphere, can absolutely salvage a lot of older games. Quest 64 has no charm. I mean, he sounds like an asshole to me, Gum. But he sounds like he would be a, I don't know, an effective asshole? I'm trying to think what to call that, you know? I mean, no, you're exactly right, Mr. Red. I'm just using a different word to describe the same idea. I mean, I have seen games which coast on their charm. We just played one last week, or 2 weeks ago, excuse me. Have it yet? Oh my god, we still don't have heal level 2. We're getting it soon, I know we are, I don't remember where we got it. Hi, Zira. We might not actually beat the fire dungeon today. I shouldn't have said anything. You remember I was like, we'll probably beat the fire dungeon today, and then we'll have 2 dungeons left, we'll probably beat the game tomorrow. And then my freaking N64 rebooted on me. Twice. There it is, healing 2. That's the best heal spell in the game, by the way. Yay. Oh my god, I can't see what I'm doing. I can barely see what I'm doing. So I've already given the lighting negative. Yep, 28 is the biggest and best heal of the game. Now, if you absolutely max it, I believe it will heal for 50-something. I will not be doing that, by the way. I need to level my mana. So let's do some of these. I mean, that's not a bad idea, Jin Kamiya, especially since there's another dungeon later which has the same lighting problem, except I think even worse. So let's at least jot it down so we're thinking about it, right? Let's debate a second negative for lighting, and we'll see what we think of that later. Give me a second here. Where's lighting? There it is. Because at this point, it's not just lighting is bad and that's irritating, it's lighting is bad and where am I going? No, welcome to hell, Mr. Red. Population. Ow. Population. Us, I suppose. Okay, that's hurting a bit. Yep. The Axis of Evil. Also known as... Okay, we're going to try one more attempt to kill these guys. That was okay luck. But we need to get away because this mob can kill me right now. Like, straight up kill me. How foolish of me, right? I'm thinking I should level a little bit. I'm just... Okay. Let's roll the dice. It's life or death here. If this kills her, I live. If it doesn't, I go back to town. Didn't even hit her. Oh my god, I lived. I have no mana left. Here, let's see how low your age. I can't hit her. I can't. Wait, no, I can. I saw that for a second. I saw a physical attack icon. What was that? Where was that? There. There. No, and we're dead. Cool. That was worth the time and effort. First encounter in the mines. And we've been leveling. You've seen that. I've bothered to stop on the way down there to level. Because I know what I'm getting into, and we're still not even at the actual bad dungeons in this game. Why am I playing this game? Oh. Okay, let's do this. I mean, I probably will beat this game tomorrow, but at the same time, every time I say that, I feel like I'm making my odds of doing that less. I kinda need to be getting through the fire dungeon today if I want to make that happen. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and start really mashing spells. Avalanche, just over and over and over. We need to raise our mana if we're gonna speed this up. Not our damage, although we will be raising Earth, so our damage will go up. Yeah, because two people dumped way too much money on this. That is the correct answer. I should probably mention that I've been deliberately leveling my defense this whole time. And I want to point that out because it's probably the thing I have the highest, relatively speaking. I have really high defense right now. Why is that relevant? Because trash mobs are hitting me for almost 30 a strike. Think about that for a second. Just process it. Well, I haven't thought of anything so far, Mr. Red. But I know what you mean, outside of the review system. Like Drakengard had something positive to it. There is not a pork chop. So the way Avalanche works, it's not... All spells have a mischance, which is a formula, right? Like, you saw that a couple of times. But that mischance is on top of the random spawn for the rocks. Which means the actual thing that determines whether or not Avalanche will do no damage, a little damage, or an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage is where the rocks spawn, and then how they distribute, how they fly out, you know, Meteor Swarm style. Nothing affects that other than just a dice roll. It is a spread around you. Nothing you can do really changes anything about that other than just being kind of near the enemies. I don't know. I begin with the end in mind. I really don't. I still think Anthem is a worse game than this. But I think this is a more boring game than Anthem. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it earlier, Pork Chop. I don't know if you were here for this. Sorry, my mind's a little frizzled right now. I can't imagine why. But when we were fighting the second boss, who was actually weak to Earth, specifically, the first time I fought him, I cast Avalanche, I think, 3 times in a row and didn't hit him once and died because he beat the crap out of me. The second time I cast Avalanche and just nailed him with like 5 rocks on the second one and absolutely destroyed him. No change in strategy, no change in tactics, no change in spells, no change in levels, just different rolls of the dice. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna pull up a map of this dungeon really quick. Such as it is. Baragoon Tunnel. That's a weird map, but okay, sure. I'm with that. Listen, I like controlled RNG. I like RNG that's in the player's choice. I do not like you failed because you did nothing wrong. I also don't like a 0.1% drop chance failure. That's not something I'm fond of either. I have no solution for this. Like, I can't just make it brighter. Of course, Gum Gum. Of course, we'll just execute him immediately, and everything will be fine. Let's just not. Let's just not. I don't know where I am. Okay, there we go. So, you remember when you were talking about how the compass can help you not get lost? I legitimately think, and you can disagree with me with this, of course, because I have no proof of this, but I legitimately think that this particular dungeon was designed to get you lost and turned around. I'm going to describe why. So the compass kind of gives you an idea of where you're facing at a given point in time, but if you may or may not have noticed, when you escape out where you escape out. Now that's relevant because what this dungeon does, and you're already starting to see it, is you go north, and then you go south, and then you go north, and then you go south, and then you go north, and then you go south. And it does this. The actual map of the dungeon is just this. That's it, that's the dungeon. So it's a little bit better than a single corridor, but... Oh, there's a good example of the camera not actually panning the way I was facing, by the way. So, sometimes you're facing north and then south, but the distance between the two is not particularly great. And, oh my god, this encounter rate. And you're constantly flip-flopping whether you're going north or south. There's the train. So I think I'm either going forwards or going backwards. It's one of the two. I'm pretty sure of that. You know what's funny is this game could have so many more negatives. Imagine if it wasn't so easy to run from battles. Imagine if you couldn't dodge spells at all. Imagine if your mana didn't refill so quickly outside of combat. Like, just picture that. There's so many little, niggling little details we could do to completely make this so much worse. It doesn't help that I'm having trouble literally seeing where I'm going right now. I don't... Okay. Oh my god, this game. I don't like yogurt. It's coarse, irritating, and it gets everywhere. Okay, here we go. I feel like I turned around. And the funny thing is, I have absolutely nothing that can indicate that. I'm gonna go with my gut. Just my straight up instinctual gut on this. This way. Come on, camera. Camera! There we go. Okay. The compass is mega not helping me right now. I'm gonna be real. Okay, so I was going this way? Think? Nope, I have officially backtracked. I'm done. Okay, so I was wrong / right. By the way, this dungeon's getting a negative. I probably don't have to explain why this dungeon's getting a negative, but in the off chance I do, it's deliberately designed to confuse you in how it's going. The back and forth thing I just mentioned. It's a back and forth narrow corridor with no distinct features in it whatsoever. It has way too high of an encounter rate. It's too dark to be able to see properly. I can just stop there. I think that's negative worthy. So the other reason the compass pisses me off, just to keep making my point about that one. Watch the compass when I come out of combat. Okay. That irritates the crap out of me. I mean, it's part of the spinning thing, so that's not helping it out. Oof! Yeah, those air damage, that's starting to do 7 damage. I'm probably starting to fall behind in the overall leveling curve, and at this point I'm not sure I care. Because I can become invincible. Okay, so... I don't know where to go. I think I was going this way. This feels correct. So I'm going in an overall easterly direction, which is correct. I should be heading east-ish. Okay, yes, this is a new area. This is a new area. Oh my god. That is There's nowhere to run to. All the run areas is not... Okay, okay. Let's see what we can do with Avalanche. Absolutely nothing. That's always cool. I like doing nothing, really. That's actually one of my favorite things to do. I have so much free time in my life that I just really prefer to accomplish absolutely nothing! Oh my god! Did you see that? Hey, there we go. And then they're dead. Yeah, RNG. In case I have to make my point, RNG. Oh my god, the lighting changes based on where your camera is facing. Oh my god. I mean, that makes sense. It's an N64 game, so the lighting is probably literally dependent on the camera. But, wow. Okay, so I should be here now. Still going in an easterly direction. We're gonna go up. We're gonna go down again. Hang on, first we're gonna have a random encounter. Gotta have a random encounter. Very, very important to have a random encounter. Gotta miss them with avalanches, that's important too. And yeah, if I die, I get to do this all over again. Which, as we know, is my favorite thing to do. Sort of deliberately taking damage here, just to boost my HP and my defense a little bit more. Because if you're paying attention during the invuln boss fights, of which we've done 2 now, there's always going to be a phase which you can't avoid the enemy hitting you, even if you pull the invuln strats. Because remember, you cannot well, I think I was going this way. You cannot reapply invuln, right? You can't increase its duration. So, no matter what, the enemy is guaranteed to get at least 1 hit on you every time your shield falls. So you need that defense, you need that HP to endure that hit to get the invuln back up. I assume you mean damage per turn, Javan? In which case the answer is still Avalanche. Nope. There we go. East. Let's see where we're going. I'm just saying, Javan, I'm pretty sure it still wins in the end. Even counting stuff like that crap. Because most of the other spells do close to like 30, 40 damage a hit, and most of them don't hit multiple times. And a lot of them are 1 target only, or 2 targets only, or whatever, so... That is why that's still the best DPS in the game. Pretty much, you know, point positive right there. Oops, too far. Game. Okay. Here's Acteft. Wait a minute, you didn't tell me you had a Mac? I think this is correct, because we should be going easterly. That's always the goal, is to go east. Insert Diablo 2 reference. Air is the... yes, air is the worst in the game. There's nothing good about air. Fire, at least you can make work. There are literally fire challenge runs in this game. Go this way. I think. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right at all. But that's because it isn't. Yep, okay, we've backtracked. Come on, turn. Turn! Jesus. The camera's fighting me at this point. Why would you put a narrow corridor in a game like this? Why would you ever do that? Do you just hate life? Is that the reasoning? But yeah, air has nothing going for it. It has worse damage, no noteworthy special effects. The buffs don't matter, but even if they did, their buffs are the worst. No heals, no nothing. Air sucks. Does air get a negative? It already has. Balance negative, specifically. I mean, I do wish I didn't have to breathe. That is a true statement. I'm not ashamed of saying. What? Why is that doing that for the melee hit? Are you seeing that? Okay, fine, whatever. isn't even a difficult boss or a noteworthy thing. It's just a random trash mob that hits like a truck, despite my high defense, and is dodging everything because of pure RNG. And the fact that I literally can't... It's about to kill me. I'm gonna have to do this whole dungeon over again. Because I cannot hit this one thing. I'm gonna run. I'm not gonna risk it. I hate to lose out on potential combat X because I could certainly use that. But that's not worth going through this dungeon again. Now I am 100% turned around. I have no idea which way I was going. So we're just gonna guess. Nope. Okay, this is literally where I just was. That's actually good. That's good. We figured out that we were going the wrong way immediately. And then we ran into another random encounter 5 feet down the road. It's fine, Trihexy. It's fine. A true earthbender doesn't kill themselves when they bend earth. I don't know. Just for the reference, I don't know what you guys can see on your screens. I can see the ground, and that's kind of it. Like, that's my visibility, is I can see the path. And that really is kind of it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So I've got a problem. This is either me having backtracked a whole area, or I'm progressing and this is a copy-paste area. It is one of the two. I'm not sure which. But since I'm supposed to be going easterly in general, I think it is the backtrack thing. If I'm going west, I'm going wrong, so... I mean, we've been trying to come up with one to Quack, and we've been failing at it. There are things that are absence of negatives in this game. There are things that could be worse about it. But as the term implies, that doesn't make it good or positive. It just makes it less bad. To rip out my eyes and eat them. This is right. Yes, okay, so this is where I was earlier. And then I got turned around 5 times in this one... This is a dead end. Nope, never mind, there's a bridge. There we go. I didn't see the bridge earlier. That's why. I kept going back into the same corridor, presuming it was a second corridor, but actually I was supposed to go across the bridge. Oh my god. So across the bridge. And then east. I hope that's another bridge. And then there's another bridge? Okay, now I have no idea where I am. Could I get a Gavella Glan in here? This is silly. How little I can see. This is actually silly. So I know this is the way I came, but what I need to see... Okay, so there's a bridge over there. You ever wonder how blind players play video games? You're getting a sneak peek of it right here. Okay, so then we turn the camera this way so we can see where we're going. I'm going to move gradual here. Okay. Okay, that ends there, so this is still going forwards. Hang on. We need a little more light. There we go. this appears to be forwards. Okay. We have successfully continued going the direction we wanted to go, I think. I'm not even 100% about that. But I think we are currently moving forwards. I'm gonna laugh when we get to the boss and die. And by laugh, I mean I'm gonna cry, and then rip out my teeth, and shove them into my eyes so I can eat them later. I cannot imagine playing this game actually blind. There's no indicators of location. There's no sound effects to indicate where you are, like there is in Ocarina. There's nothing. You're hitting a wall? How do you know? You don't. It's not so. Like for example, in Ocarina of Time, you can pull out your sword and strike, and not only will it tell you because there will be a sound effect if you hit the wall, the sound effect changes based on what you're hitting on the wall. Like, so this type of terrain makes a different sound effect than this other type of terrain. And so you can use that to anchor yourself and be like, okay, this goes here, and this goes here, right? So you kind of have an idea where you're at. None of that is in this game. There's spirits in here that I'm just skipping because at this point I do not give a damn. I just want to get through this dungeon. I'm leveling my agility. It's the only thing I'm leveling so far is my freaking agility. It is. You're right, Doom Rider. I mean, as usual, it is a little bit unfair to compare a game to one of the best games ever made, but, you know, I'm just making the point. Hey, so there's a spirit. We'll go and grab that. Okay. Do that. Grab this. Raise Earth. Get Earth a little bit more up there. Grab a chest. Which... Come on. There we go. Okay. Where am I? No, Nemesis. Anthem is probably the worst game I've ever streamed. And when I get there, Ride to Hell Retribution will be the worst game I've ever streamed. Almost guaranteed. There's actually a blue cave map, which doesn't help at all, and isn't even necessary because you actually see where you're going in that game, or in that dungeon. Possible, Von Falkenstein. Doubt it, but possible. Let's pull this up. Let's see what this is. Alright, so we're in the Baragugabaloon Cave. Pull down a little bit here. I'm looking at a walkthrough. Before you start this dungeon, crank up the brightness on your television. I think I actually did that back in the day. Okay. So, where's that treasure chest? I mean, that's a good question, a pork chop. So we've already seen that the game doesn't know how to handle lighting. Considering that this was their first game they'd ever made, and the N64 was such new hardware, I legitimately think that the people designing the game actually didn't know how to do lighting in a 3D environment. And that's probably what happened. There it is, there's the bridge. Found it. This is the way forward. Didn't actually see it, I just knew it was there because I looked in a walkthrough. So following the bridge, 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 following the bridge. 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 This is a long bridge. Yeah, this is the fire dungeon. That's another funny thing. This extremely dark cave, which goes back and forth, and then on a wooden bridge is the fire dungeon. God, please just brighten up a little bit so I can see where I'm going. That's all I ask. I would be so upset if there were random encounters on this bridge, but it's okay. They're not. So okay, we made it. Now what? Now where are we? Hang on, let's pull up the map here. Okay, so where are we? Not sure where we are. Ah, here we go. I see where we are. We're good. Yeah, it is kind of earthy, isn't it? And if I'm not mistaken, this feels a lot like we're getting close to the boss. I need to heal. Remind me to heal. Right now. Oops, wrong here. There we go, okay. We should be getting close to the boss, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I don't know anything whatsoever. I don't even know what year it is, apparently. I mean, the boss might just crush me. That is a possibility. Oh, yeah, so here's the second part of the fire dungeon, is a brick maze. I remember this one. So I want to... Oh, my God. Hang on. So I want to go this way. Yep. Get this. Almost up to 40. I healed, but thank you, Mr. Red. The fire spells look not great. I mean, if you've seen the enemy use fire spells. You will see the boss use fire spells in a minute here. Let's get out of here. Okay. Alright, where the hell was I? I was going east. Means I should be there or there, I think. Okay. I can't even tell what I'm looking at right now. That's just the name of this dungeon in general. I can't tell what I'm looking at. That sounds kind of Dark Souls-y, a pork chop, in a good way. Yeah, I can see much better in here than the previous area, so that's something. This counter rate isn't great, but, you know, whatever. Still going east. Yeah, we're not actually at what I would consider to be the worst dungeons yet. The next dungeon and the dungeon after that are what I consider the worst dungeons. We'll see what we think of it going back through this time. Oh, absolutely, Joven. He knew. He knew we were coming for him. Somehow. And he torched the ashes and torched the... Did you know in the Japanese version, this is supposed to be what used to be a town? Whole village that he burnt to the ground and killed all the people here? Just thought I'd share that while we're here. Now, the best part? This is going to be great. I'm going to get to the boss, and I'm going to die. I'm predicting it right now. Worst dungeon of all time? My first thought is the Infinity Dungeon from Breath of Fire 2. A dungeon I gave many negatives to because it sucked. On every level. I'd have to think of another one that's as bad as that. I think the Grand Palace is one of the better dungeons in Zelda 2, and I don't dislike it all that much. It's rough, but it's also one of the most fair dungeons in the entire game. Not that that's saying much. Yeah, the entire Jade Passage and lead up into Pandemonium in FF2 certainly qualifies. The entire final gauntlet at FF3 certainly qualifies. Okay, so this should be right? Question mark? This looks good. Camulos, oh my god, yeah, that was pretty bad. We were cheating by that point, it was still pretty bad. Okay. Yep, as I say, there should be a spirit. I'm gonna grab that. We're gonna get a random encounter. It's very important. It's what we're doing here is we're manipulating the RNG for the next fight. So we need to do that really quick. Yeah, I've often found the older I get, the more I've encountered this phenomenon. Sometimes people will say such and such is a bad game, right? Or such and such is a bad movie, or such and such is a bad show, right? You've heard that before. What I've discovered over the years is there's bad that can be described with a sentence, and then there's bad that can't. That the only way to try and convey it is to just go down the list. You know what I mean? To just really... There's the boss. To really dig into all of the issues and problems that make it so bad, and just enumerate. So, this is the sexiest woman in the game, and this is gonna suck. Wish me luck. I am Shilf, a servant of Mammon. I've been waiting 1,000 years for him to return. Okay. This is our first and only reference of Mammon. Enjoy that. If I'm correct, I sense but 3 precious stones. Hope you enjoyed that, because that's all the characterization we get for this woman. This isn't Fargo, if you're paying attention. It's just some random lady who's in here because boss fight. So she doesn't know how to navigate. So, she's just gonna stay over there. We do this. Looks like we're a little bit too far away. So, this is already extremely bad RNG. We've managed to do literally nothing to her so far. So that's great. Let's see if we can try and trick it, get a little bit closer. Okay, we've hit her once. We're doing good. That's a lie. That's awful. That's so awful that I'm worried about winning this fight now. Oh my god. You're kidding me. We hit her 3 times, and by that I mean we missed her 3 times because of the dice roll. You saw that, right? Miss, miss, miss. Okay, we actually hit her twice that time. We're doing good for certain definitions of the word. Alright, so let's heal. Yeah, let's go and throw a mint on this. This fight sucks, and we need to not hold back on this one. I do not want to do this dungeon again, so... Put that up. I hate it when they stack double team. Hate it! I don't care if it's a viable strategy. It's mean and dumb and stupid and wastes my time there. Get some mana back. We've actually had decent luck on our magic barrier. That's the only good luck we've had this whole fight. By the way, this fight was the first time I discovered that magic barrier has a chance to last one round. Oh my god. I mean, she is a monster. She's affecting my RNG, among other things. The thing is, I know it's a psychological thing. I know mathematically it doesn't really matter where I am or where I'm aiming. But, like, psychologically, I'm thinking, okay, if I reposition, maybe this time it'll work. And then, if it works, I'll be like, aha, I totally improved it. Even though I know that's not true. You know? It really is pure freaking random dice rolls. Yeah, the gambler's fallacy. You're right. That is exactly what that is. Now, it's possible there actually is a trick to improve that. I don't know about it, and I did check the speedrun before this, so... Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I love that they bothered to animate the slit in her dress. This is an N64 game, for God's sakes. Cover for a bit, because I really don't want to die here. Yes, Javan, there are. I've watched at least 2 of them. I mean, I say 2, that's a weird thing to say. You get my point, though. I have watched them. They are, So we're not going to screw around with the heal. We're just going to go right back up to full. Oh my god! You know what's funny is the only spell you would the only cheat you would technically need in a game like this is infinite mana. I mean, there's other ways you could cheat. Oh, we got her. We got her. Thank you, Sausage Roll Sammy. Yeah, whew. Okay, okay. Still going east. Hang on, we need to heal up. We're healed, we're good. You know why we need to heal up? I bet you can guess why. You know what? Yeah, I agree with that, Shaman. So I hope you enjoyed that, because that's literally the only hint that the plot exists in the entire game. So we're gonna go north. And I hope to God there's a save point up here. So we never have to risk doing that ever again. Please, God Almighty, give me a save point. Okay, there. That's got to have a save point, right? Right? I mean, they wouldn't pull an FF3, right? Right? And I can actually see. Holy crap. Oh, thank God. A save. Okay. Okay, I know I've talked a lot about the difference between bad and irritating and you know, this is a smooth game, but bad, right? Like we talked about. Devil May Cry 2 wouldn't be that. That sucked so much. So yeah, negative to the Barragoon Tunnel. Hey, Kashtar. I'm sorry you've had a rough month. I hope things are on an upswing and not a downswing. Thank you for the sub, as always. If you know where you want to go that, where you want to put that, where you want to go that, please let me know. And thank you, Doom Rider, for the support sub. And thank you for the other one. And thank you for the other one. Much obliged, as always, sir. Thank you. That drained me. I'm not even joking. That was draining. That was stressful and irritating and frustrating. It wasn't even hard. It was just... I knew at any point in time, if I screwed up, I'd have to do it all over again, which is the worst kind of stress, personally, when it comes to game. When it comes to game design. And I couldn't see what the hell I was doing, and it was incredibly easy to get turned around, as I've demonstrated. And just... that was unpleasant to go through. That's just awful. You got it, Kashtar. Thank you. Was the payoff worth it? Well, we did get to kill Red Hair Lady. Although we would have killed her about 10 rounds earlier if I'd had better dice rolls. I mean, really, think about it. Thank you again, Doom Rider. Yeah, let me check something really quick, because I feel like there's something I want to do here super quick, and I don't know if that's here or not. But yeah, we're basically done for the night. Let me pull this up. Okay, so we're at... Yep, that's what I thought. This is an infinite loop desert dungeon. Let's save that for tomorrow. Let's just know. We'll deal with that tomorrow. I'm gonna go recover. I'll see y'all tomorrow.